What's up, fellas?
I don't. Every time I hear that intro music, I always think I'm like a detective in the '60s trying to solve the murder of a dead jazz musician.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, I always think it's like the interlude, like it's like the end of Barney Miller or something.
I've had like 20 people ask me what that song was. I don't know why.
What is it?
Some I forget the name of it, but it's just a free YouTube jazz song.
Yeah, you can hum it to Google. You can hum stuff. You can find the songs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It must be. I must suck at humming because every time I try that, it doesn't work.
It helps me get going when I have to do a number one.
Yeah, a number one when you get the whole prostate problem there. You get the
yes. Well, I'm in a public bathroom. The guy goes, "Shut the fuck up."
Oh man.
Hey Nicole, how are you? Did you read my joke on the Discord server? Let me know in the comments below.
Oh my god. Yeah, way to start the stream.
I didn't say what it was.
Jet bums. I know. Well, now everybody can go join the Discord to see.
Well, there you go. I just helped out.
Yeah. Or you made everybody,
Anybody have, besides Felipe, anybody have snow? Is there any snow in Texas? In Dallas area?
Not yet.
Actually, it's been so hot and rainy here that my frogs are back in my backyard in the winter.
Your frogs. But all you do is collect them and then cook them up and have delicious frog legs, right?
Frog legs are great, yes.
Hey, someone reached out to me on eBay about buying a record, and the dude's from Brazil, and he just keeps typing in Portuguese. Like,
it doesn't work that way. If you want, I can translate the message for you.
No, I mean, I translate it, but it was a funny thing where he asked for a big discount, and then I countered him, and the response was like, "Well, how much are you going to make on this?" Well, what business is it to you?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Brazilian. Yeah. You know what? I'm taking out all my anger on him on you because you're Brazilian.
Yeah. So here's one thing I learned about. People want to, I came up with this description. People want to pay economy and fly first class back in Brazil. That's how things work there.
So what you're saying is they're cheap. They're cheap. That's
they're cheap, and I want to get the best for very cheap.
So you're saying Brazilians are like Eastern Europeans?
Sort of, yeah.
Well,
I guess. I don't know. They want discount on everything and very cheap.
One of
from my eBay days when I stopped selling to the Czech Republic and Hungary and stuff.
Yeah.
One of my students is Brazilian. And I said to people, I think Brazil's more culturally or diverse than the US. He was like saying, or just as diverse. And he goes, it's more. That's what he said to me.
Yeah. I think I would say every state is different. I think even more pronounced than here. Here you can put like a block of states and it kind of, okay.
Yeah.
And there, no, you cross like a river, things are completely different. Very different. So,
but is the trait of putting mayonnaise on almost everything you eat the same, no matter where you go?
No. It depends on where you are. For example, I'm from São Paulo, right?
Yeah.
So we make good pizzas. We eat pizza with olive oil. That's it. Done. If you go to Rio, they put ketchup in pizza.
Oh.
And that's...
So what you're saying is the people from Rio are trash.
So people, let's say São Paulo is a great city for going out, but people don't know how to go to the beach. And in Rio, people know how to go to the beach, but they suck at doing anything else because, that's kind of like New York and Boston kind of stuff.
In Prague, the tomato sauce on pizza actually is ketchup. That's what they actually just use ketchup as the sauce. It's awful.
And if you put ketchup on a hot dog, I don't want to know you at all.
Yeah.
You're automatically off my list.
Yeah.
Unless you're like 10.
Yeah, but you've been to São Paulo, right, Rob?
Well, actually, only to change planes because when I had to go down because my father was ill in southern. I was in southern Brazil.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of
yeah.
So São Paulo is like this sea of like huge buildings, skyscrapers.
Oh yeah, you could see it. It's crazy.
It's huge, yes. It's
like
really big. Yeah. Sometimes, even on a Sunday, all the green lights, no traffic. You might take 2 hours to go from east to west. It's how big it is.
Wow.
And there's just so many people there. It just feels like imagine like you're packing LA into Manhattan. That's how it feels. In terms of like number of people, traffic, craziness.
Cheese.
The buildings look like you can
cheese
push
is
them
good.
over. They're so thin. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of how it goes, the real estate situation. But in terms of like finding stuff to do, it's amazing. You can find anything at any time of the day, whatever, like any culture, anything. It's a really interesting place to go. Really, really
It's correct spectrum.
Yes, of course. Mm-hmm.
We're getting to know Felipe and what he's all about. He's
Yeah,
a cheap
we're-
ass bastard from Brazil. Come on.
Exactly. Yes. If you ever go to São Paulo, I can give you some tips there where to go buy records, or to go find good beer, good pizza. Sorry, guys, there's no pizza in the U.S. You might say whatever it is, but there's no pizza in the
No,
U.S.
well, here in LA, we have a Brazilian pizza place. The beef stroganoff pizza is like the most popular pizza, right?
Yeah. So every place you go there, the pizzas are made from scratch, the dough, the sauce, everything. And they're always in brick oven with wood. There's no electric oven. There's a prepackaged. There's no such thing. It's completely
That's
different.
Portland. All the pizza places are wood fired here. You'd like it. You'd like the pizza. We have good pizza.
Yeah, Brazil has the best pizza in the world.
It is good. It's good. Maybe
I
one
mean,
of you guys.
Actually, Connecticut has the best pizza in the world.
There's no way
Of
it's true.
I read.
I'm not even kidding. It's
How
called.
far are
It's
you?
called.
But it's the
It's
one
called
place.
It's called a Pete's. There's Sally's and there's a few different ones, but it's like a particular style of pizza, and a lot of
but they-
people think it's the best.
Clam on the pizza.
Yeah,
is
yeah.
the one,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Gross.
I like clam pizza.
Anyway, it's really good. I love I grew up in New Jersey, so I love like the New York style pizza.
My cousin
We actually just got a new place with some Brooklyn pizza people.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea. Yeah, I got the beer.
My cousins live there, and it's the first time I ever went to get pizza, and they serve it in a paper bag, and they say by putting pizza in cardboard box, it absorbs the flavor from the pizza.
Have any of you guys
You
had
ate the cardboard box afterwards, or what?
Have you guys had Indian pizza?
Yes, there's a place
Indian
here in
pizza.
LA that does that. Yeah, it's good.
Sounds good.
They put corn on
Like
it.
feta and lots of herbs and olives, and there's curry pizzas. They're really good.
You should see here in Miami that some Chinese places they sell Chinese food like from.
Oh well, Miami has pizza.
It's just crazy.
Miami has Pizza Rustica, which it's pretty good. I mean, they have like 25 different pizzas with different toppings, and it's pretty good. They give you like a big square piece.
I had really good sushi in Miami. It was like a truck. It was amazing.
Yeah, I go down there for Jew soul food in Miami.
When I lived in Vegas, the sushi places used to be like all you can eat for like $50 or something, and I started eating sushi a lot when I lived there because of that. And it's also in the middle of the desert, which is weird, but obviously it's Vegas, so the whole place is weird. And when I left and came to New York, I realized that no sushi place does all you can eat. That's like not a thing.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, I was going to say it sounds kind of weird, but it's true. I never had sushi since 2014 because that's when I went to Japan. So I never could. You just can't have Japanese food outside Japan if you go there.
You can.
Just brutal.
That's not true. I've been to Tokyo, and I've had really good sushi on the West Coast and in Miami.
Yeah, I mean, except West Coast. Yeah, that's fair game.
Everyone's
LA
being
has some
cocky
really good
about
sushi.
where they're from and the food from there.
I know. Soul
LA
food
has
from Detroit, I could
LA
believe
has
that.
good sushi. I don't know if Rob eats sushi though.
LA, no, I've been there to a Michelin star sushi restaurant in a strip mall.
You mean
And
Katsuya?
Yep.
Yeah,
And that
Katsuya
place-
is fantastic.
I went in there, and you're walking out $300 a person, by the way. But they come up to you and they say, "What don't you like?" And they just keep bringing you stuff until you say no. And when I was in there, Jose Andres was there eating.
So
Who's like-
that chef, that's Katsu, and he's a chef that came there in the 70s.
Yeah.
There used to be a restaurant in Santa Monica called Cafe Katsu in the 80s and 90s that was a really cool Japanese fusion French, but it was like before fusion got bad. It was kind of like when it was original. But it was a really good place.
It was like the
But then
weather
now
report.
he has I think he has a Izakaya one too
Well,
in Burbank.
Chris, most of the best restaurants in the country open in Vegas, and you can walk right into them, like Rayo's, which in New York is like years waiting list and has 10 tables. They open one here in Hollywood, same thing. You walk into the one in Caesars, you can sit down right away and eat. It's gigantic.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
off the
we
strip,
know-
there's
we know
tons
what
of good stuff
Katsu
off the
is.
strip, too.
But Katsu is
like
also the guy's name.
Yeah, but don't
it's
say
kind of funny because people
yeah.
always go, his name can't be
Wait.
Cutlet.
What
Yeah.
it was? The place was Sushi Zo, by the way. I'm sorry, I messed it up.
Yeah,
Sushi
yeah.
Zo.
Katsuya is also in a strip mall. It's in Studio City.
Yeah, katsu is fine in Japan, but not katsu in Italy.
It's just kind of rich coming from someone that I think is in England.
No,
What
he
the
lives in
hell?
Kerblap.
Where
Listen,
do you live,
Loki
Loki?
lives in Kerblapistan.
Oh,
At least in
Kerblapistan.
Manchester or what?
Yeah.
What
Okay,
jazz
so here's the question of the: has anybody put a pizza on a turntable?
Actually,
No.
yeah, and I listened to it, and it sounded much better than a MoFi.
that's how I
When the moon
clean my
hits your
stylus with pepperoni.
Oh, shit.
Hey, Felipe, stop! You're leading Mike into talking about Frank Sinatra, and we don't want that to
No,
happen.
Dean Martin, buddy.
Yeah, it is Dean Martin.
It sounds like
So
saucy.
I ate at Nobu in Miami, and I'm sure Nobu Hollywood's awesome.
I've been to the New York
I've been to
one, the LA one, the Vegas one.
I think I've been to Nobu in Vegas.
Okay, who cares?
It was very
The
expensive,
best-
but that was
the
a
best-
work
The
paid
best
for
place.
it.
The
Let's
best
cut
place-
this. Let's cut this part out, Chris.
You can't cut it out. It's live stream, genius.
The
Yeah,
best place to
Tuesday.
eat in Vegas is a
Uh,
Chinese restaurant called Ping Pang Pong. That place is
Okay.
good.
The
that
best
made up?
place. Well, my favorite is Tom Keller's. What's it called?
Thomas
Oh,
Keller.
shit. It's Tom Keller's place. That place is really good.
Actually, people say one of the best Thai restaurants in the U.S. is this one in Vegas.
Bouchon. I think it's
That's
Bouchon.
the Thomas Keller one.
Yeah.
This Thai, I forget the name of it, but it used to be in a very seedy part of Vegas where there were prostitutes all around it. But they had a fire and it burned. They moved closer on the strip.
That sucks.
That place is really good.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a really good Thai place I used to go in Palo Alto. They still exist in California Street. People from there might know it. Used to be next to Antonio's Nut House. That was the best city bar in the whole Bay Area, but the place is gone after COVID. That's
I don't
really
talking about freedom. I'll put y'all in the fucking nut house.
My favorite restaurant here is a Thai place. It's called Long Bon.
All right. Well, there's some big news happening in the vinyl community. I just
Mike bought a record.
I wanted to give a shout out if I could.
Someone
Mike
To,
bought my dreamer.
The Rachel's Ghost Channel. So we know Rachel, our friend Fifi, when she comes by here with her partner Monique. So anyway, tomorrow they're having an award show for the Rachel's Ghosties. So that's happening at 5 p.m. Eastern. So that should be a lot of fun. There's going to be a lot of VC folks there. It'll probably be a shit show, but it's definitely going to be must watch TV. So I'm going to, if you don't sub up to her, I'm going to drop a link to her channel. Sub up and check that out tomorrow. There'll be a lot of familiar faces.
So Taylor's not attending.
No.
Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Tay?
actually, thanks for giving it away, Felipe. She was going to be my date for the.
Oh, sorry. But she's gonna wear a different dress, not the green dress, right?
Here's an actual jazz question now.
No, Chris. I've met Chris, and he's a cool dude. Lives in LA. Where did you hear this from?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Yeah, what do we? I have no idea where Sam Records cuts, how they cut them.
I think if you see the description says master by Kevin. It does say cut by Kevin, right? I mean, from the tape.
Which
I don't know.
album are you
I
talking
don't know.
about?
I think the last ones, right? Or everything. I don't know what you're referring to.
Yeah, it was when the show first started. He asked that question, but I mean, I don't really care as long as they sound good.
Yeah,
Exactly.
whatever they're doing, keep doing it because they sound really clean and they have good dynamics and good bass.
It wouldn't surprise me if a lot of them had a digital step though, since they're like, random tape sources.
Yeah,
I would guess
haven't been
that they all have a digital.
Yeah, but after
step.
the MoFi debacle, I mean, he would be run out of town if it's discovered without saying anything.
Well, not if he didn't say. Well, remastered from.
See, it doesn't say cut, so that's it. DSD,
Yeah.
256.
Probably.
Well, does that make what Captain Phoenix said make sense from last week?
That sounds better than the Japanese one.
Yes.
Maybe. Of course, the Japanese one could have been from some copy tape. We don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one's.
Oh,
I hate.
really?
That
Makes sense.
I'm a copy of the. Oh, that's cool. That.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So
Which
I don't
one is
know.
that?
I mean,
Oh,
I just assumed this was AAA, but I mean, I guess that's not really
That's
what
still
it does here.
AAA. I mean, because that's how all the King Japan Blue Notes are. They're a copy of the mono master tapes.
Yeah, well, I'm not worried about this. I'm worried about this.
Well, Christopher here says that it was posted on the Hoffman forum as a direct quote from Fred. So
Okay, well, let's go to the Hoffman forum.
All right. Go,
and here's
Jazz.
Klaus right here telling us that he spoke to Fred. And he said it's been.
If you have a link to the specific thread,
I would just say, what does it matter? Who cares, right?
It's news, Felipe. Everybody cares.
Okay. Most important, yeah.
Oh,
Are you just going
wait.
to start going through random threads to try to find it there, Rob? Mike?
Who's the chick? Scroll up.
No, we're not going there. Settle down.
okay, for those who have purchased records from Sam thinking they were AAA, Fred Thomas has told people who asked him that he uses a digital step in mastering his records. There's a discussion about this on the Sam Records thread. Okay, well, anyway,
Yeah, I'll just say most of these people in the Hoffman forum, they are past the age of hearing damage anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Hey, tomorrow on my channel, we're gonna have a Sam Records destroying party. Everyone come.
Yeah, most important, they did a superb job. One of the best records I got.
I think.
But if you guys want to get a really good Sahib Shihab record, I think I showed last week. This one, it's like miles better than that one. It's called Sentiment.
What is that one?
It's called Sentiments. It's a Japanese pressing. Goes for less than $100.
What year is that?
Overseas record. It's a Denmark recording from in Denmark. This is originally Brandon. I think should be early 60s. I think.
Oh, really?
Hey,
Yeah.
Mark,
So
I guess the Denmark that Denmark one was
Yeah.
from the early 60s too.
So so here's a quartet: Sahib Shihab, Kenny Drew, Jimmy Hops, and HOP. This record smokes that one, but like way far. That one is really good too, but this one is like a quartet, and I think it way better recorded. The sound on this record is amazing, and the music is superior.
Was Sahib Shihab, was he an expat? Did he expat from the States?
Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mark Glassman, here's my take, and it was my take when MoFi happened. It's a public relations thing. If a record sounds good to me, it sounds great. I'm the one screaming about those Venus jazz titles, which are digital. They sound awesome.
Exactly.
But it's really about not making it clear if you're, I guess, I don't know, when Fred started being specific on the site.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
Tell us.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree, Rob. I'm not even talking about Sam here, but people, might be profiting from this thing of, oh, we are analog, and then you're not exactly analog. So just say it. It doesn't matter if your record is good. I don't care what you're doing.
I actually was. When people freaked out about the MoFi thing, I was kind of surprised because I figured they were just doing whatever process that they felt like they were doing. I never thought it was all analog.
Yeah, but they knew what they were doing by not saying something.
Right. They knew what they were doing.
And you go buy a product that says it's vegan and you find out there's eggs in it. I mean, it's the same thing.
No, I understand, Rob, but like there were people that were shocked. And most of the people I know that like have been around records were like,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like of course they were doing a digital step.
But-
So
Yeah.
it's
I'm not
like
in-
Exactly. Well, yeah,
it's like I don't think anybody was. A lot of people weren't
Exactly.
surprised.
yeah,
The
but
shock
yeah,
was kind of
yeah.
surprised me.
exactly. No, but I think Rob has a good point. I mean, your marketing strategy is saying something, but you're actually not doing that. So that's kind of, and a lot of people rely on that kind of information to make their decisions.
I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of people assume a lot of
Unfortunately.
shit about me, which is not true.
Hmm.
So, I mean, it really is, and as someone who solicits people's opinions, if you just tell the
Oh.
truth or be honest, that's all I'm asking. The results, if the results are you're happy with something, then that's all that should matter, really. But we're in an economy where you choose to buy from them and not from them
Mhm.
for a reason. Don't be deceptive. That's my
Exactly.
Yeah.
And,
Well-
and time flies, right, Brandon? I was talking to Mike the other night or night before. Some of these Blue Note recordings in like 10, 20 years, they're going to start being like 100 years old. They become like national treasures, historic pieces, like paintings. You're not going to just send tapes everywhere. You have to have digitized, and people work with it. I mean, sorry.
Yeah. Also, the other thing is, it's like how many times do you think Blue Train, the tape has been like rerun for another pressing? It's like,
Yeah.
leave the thing alone. Just
Exactly.
leave
I
it
mean,
alone.
I read these tapes exist and it's being used over and over and destroyed, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's like there's enough copies out there.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like this idea to keep making copies when the
Mhm.
tape's getting old just seems ridiculous to me.
But I don't think Blue Note is putting their tapes at risk, though. I think if there were issues with it, they
No,
wouldn't.
yeah.
Yeah, but also the tape's not sounding as good. It's old.
well.
Yeah, I'm just giving an example, and just go back. Sorry, Rob. To
How about this?
no, just
Listen, Mike, don't be going there because Melinda Murphy gave me a shout out
Somebody
about this jazz record.
somebody mentioned it in the chat. Where was it?
what the Venus.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I have Venus like 4 years ago. I
Well,
know
you
they're
were-
good. We
you
always
were-
talk about that.
I'm telling you, go get those records, people.
Exactly. I mean, we always talk about it. Notes and
Oh, the
tones. We love them.
Japan Venus. I have a really good Steve Kuhn.
Yeah.
So let's see what title you guys want to look at. What titles they have?
No, because it's gonna
No.
all sell out, and I can't get the ones I want. Actually, it looks like they're doing a repressing on a lot of these.
So
Oh,
there's
$70 a piece, though.
yeah, that's a lot.
No,
Yeah, they're
the
pricey.
ones that are 70 are double records. They're 2 LPs.
Mhm.
Are they double
Are they
45?
No,
Are they
no,
245
30,
still, or-
33.
33.
They're
I-
just
I
well
ordered
done.
that-
33.
that-
There's
that
no.
one I-
Yeah.
So that one I ordered, and they're repressing True Blue, which I have the single. They're
Yeah.
adding another disc to it.
Hmm.
So
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
it seems like the Eddie Higgins seems like he has the most records on there.
Yeah, I think he has a lot. But yeah, those records are extremely well done. Extremely well done.
I'm telling you, go buy one of the $40 ones. It'll
Mhm.
change. It's digital because they recorded them digital. Those
Yeah.
records are the best sounding records I've ever heard,
Yeah.
and I'll say that here and be murdered in other comments.
No, plus
I have- I have a
Venus is
Steve Kuhn, and it's digitally recorded and then digitally put onto. If the
Yeah, but-
original recording was digital, it's
no,
digital.
but
Doesn't
here's the thing: Venus has always been regarded as one of the best top 10 audiophile labels from. Always has always been like this. I mean, there's no
Mhm.
surprise. It just doesn't mean that being AAA means being audiophile. They're one of the best pressing records from
The best-
and they
The
throw
vinyl
a
is dead
big digital
silent.
right on the front, so you know that they're what they're doing too.
Hey, you know what? Can we do a
Hmm.
GoFundMe for a one-way ticket to Toronto so I can take care of some business?
Yeah, I was gonna say how's the music?
The Steve Kuhn one's good, or I
I
think
mean,
he's got.
there's all types of music. Just look at the titles and
Okay, here I'm gonna show the
the
two I
band.
have right here, and I ordered two are coming
There's like trios, quartets, international music, more Japanese, more American, more Europeans, a little bit of everything. This label's been going on for more than 20 years. It's a huge catalog.
This Archie Shepp music is not boring at all. Not at all. Not even close.
No.
And he's on here with John Hicks, George Mraz, and Billy Drummond. Okay, and then this one, this Lee Konitz, this thing is crazy good. He's on here with Kenny Barron, James Genus, and Kenny Washington. These are not boring records.
So Venus Records started in 1992. They have been across many different trends, artists, everything. There's no way you can box it. Just you gotta try. You gotta read about it.
So if you guys would recommend, could you recommend one, or do people just gotta go in and kind of explore?
There's vocal, there's instrumental. One of my favorites, there's the Japanese guys, but I really like the Billy Higgins, my Funny Valentine. It's one of my favorites.
Can someone digitally remaster one of these Venus records and add in a bunch of a guy farting so Mark Glassman likes them?
Yeah.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, there's Roland Hanna, Steve Kahn, Eddie Higgins.
Yeah, the Roland Hanna is good. There's a Barry Harris that's excellent, and gosh, they were in the late '90s, early 2000s. How people would get really amped up for tone poet, acoustic sounds. That's how we were with Venus. We were like, I've got like 30 plus, recordings, and I just got a new Eric Alexander the other day. It was, we're all the Eddie Higgins stuff. They like freaking revitalized that guy's career. He was, he did I have some of his earlier stuff, but he had been like forgotten. And it's just like Eddie Higgins on Venus is like, that was the thing.
Yeah. And I think kind of wrapping this up, like being AAA means more like, I think it's more related to being true to the source than being necessarily better sounding. That's it. Simple.
Well, those Jellyfish records that they came out with were all analog and sounded not good. So there's got to be
I disagree with Mazzy. I think Mazzy was the only one in my system. They sound amazing, Rob.
No, well, they're not horrible, but compared to other versions I have on vinyl, they're not as good. I don't like having to turn my stereo all the way up to hear something. That's what those are.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Rob on the super low audio.
Anyway, and people will just Good evening, Mike. Welcome.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
You missed the sushi talk, man.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard it. I was in the middle of dinner.
Hey, I have a giant stack of records. Can I start showing them?
Yes,
All right,
please.
let's do it.
Sure.
Okay,
Let's get this
so
show on the
is a
road.
record I picked this up for Felipe.
That's nice.
This
Thank
is
you, Rob.
a 60s issue of Newly Discovered Charlie Parker. The cover is from Harvey, who did Sun Ra covers. And this is in really nice shape. Bam.
Nice.
Yes. So on it, I'll clean it and put it. I have another record for him.
Thank you.
This is a 80s reissue of the Jazzin' 3/4 Time. This is got Sonny Rollins, Kenny Dorham, George Morrow, Billy Wallace. And these reissues are cheap and sound really good. These
they're pretty decent. The covers are terrible, but they're good.
Well, this is the same cover as the original.
I have a Clifford Brown that Joe Marino sent me of that on that label. Sounds good.
Yeah. Well, there's like a whole series of twofers that are really cheap that sound good. All right. I'll save that. I have another Kimberly. Does anyone know off the top of their head Kimberly? Is it like a budget series for so this album obviously is a drawing from another Chico Hamilton. It came out in the 60s and it was originally released as a Freddie Gambrill record. Does anyone know Freddie Gambrill? I guess his records weren't selling and they reissued it as a Chico Hamilton record.
So Kimberly is a division of precision radiation instruments. So I guess they did more than just records. At least that's what it says on Discogs. So I mean, who knows if that's right? But yeah, and they're associated with Kimberly Studios Hollywood, Kimberly Jazz Series, and Stereo in Motion.
Nice.
Nice. Interesting.
How's it sound?
I haven't listened to it yet because I just got it yesterday. I cleaned it.
The cool thing is they glow in the dark. So
yeah, and you know what? Kimberly's just so precious. So this record is amazing. So I remember it. So I didn't know the story about John Patton. After John Patton's success on Blue Note, he kind of retired for 10 years. And then the British acid jazz scene kind of resurrected his career. And he went over to England in the 80s. This happened in the 80s. This record was recorded in 86 in England. And it was reissued about 3 years ago. Maybe 4. Maybe more. This thing is really good. It's him, Gretchen Moncourt III, Melvin Sparks, Grant Reed, and I don't know, Alvin Queen.
Drummer. He's a great drummer.
I highly recommend. This is not expensive record. Highly recommend this. If you like, I think John Patton is my favorite jazz organ player. He's not over the top. He's not baseball-y.
You mean he's not like early Jimmy Smith?
Yes. Definitely. He's the opposite. This came out in 2021. Go get this record. You will not be disappointed. It's more Gretchen Moncourt not being all, avant-garde or free jazz, but it is awesome. And he wails on this, Gretchen Moncourt. He makes the trombone do things I didn't know it could do.
That lineup looks amazing. So
I go get it. Not even
if you see a copy, grab it for me and I'll.
Okay. So
what year is that again, Rob?
2021. This is the only other reissue from the original 1986.
That was recorded in 86.
Yes, in England.
Yeah, because there's another one from 95 that John Patton did with John Zorn, playing with John Zorn.
Hey, Drew, we get it. You don't like me, so calm down.
That's it. That's the John Zorn one.
Oh, cool.
I think John Zorn was responsible for resurrecting his career.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, cool.
Very cool. Nice.
I highly recommend this. Go pick it up. Okay. This is excellent. And this is something probably Jazz Bum Mike wants. This is a ESP disc.
So that's a compilation?
Nope. It's an album.
Okay.
So it's
what's on the
What's
on the other side of that?
Same thing. Someone painted a price on it, but it's the same thing.
Interesting.
So, the interesting thing is I can't find Sonny Murray did nothing else.
Sonny Morgan.
Sonny Morgan. I'm sorry. There is a Sonny Murray.
Sonny Morgan. He plays. It's all drums.
Yeah, it's drums. But he fell off the earth. No one's ever heard from him again.
I've never seen that cover before.
I'll tell you this. I found this for half of what it goes for, but this sounds really good. So the scuttlebutt of, I have some ESP discs. The Gatto one I got sounds great. I have some comps; they don't sound so great.
What is it getting these days? I've seen it for like 35, but that was a long time ago.
I think it goes for over 50, if not over 50. So, I mean, if you like drum only, this sounds really good. The well recorded record.
Cool. Nice.
All right, this one is a find. I know Walt Dickerson from Brandon has the Walt Dickerson record he likes, and this is a interpretation of the soundtrack for this movie, A Patch of Blue. This is fantastic. And does anyone know why this is a very interesting record?
Because Sun Ra plays harpsichord on it.
Plays piano on it.
It's an interpretation. Rob, it's an interpretation of the cover of All Night Long.
Yes.
Looks
Yeah,
like it.
those Brazilian English jokes are hysterical. But this is really
He
good.
also did. Walt Dickerson also did interpretations of Lawrence of Arabia. That's really good too.
Yeah, and he's another guy who kind of retired for a period of time and then came back in the 80s, right?
What's that record go for, Rob? Is that expensive?
Not same as the other one. I think you could probably get it from 40 up.
Yeah, 35, 40-ish, right?
Yeah, it's a good. It's a really good recording.
Yeah, Lastman, but he has no credits anywhere on the internet. He's saying he played with Leon Thomas for years, but recording wise, but he has no credits any internet. Yeah.
So
I love hearing myself echo back to me.
So that's on MGM. That's a label I don't really think about when.
Well, only albums on
drugs?
MGM. In my experience of collecting stuff, it's usuly the soundtracks.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
I
think it was reissued by Verve on CD in maybe the 2000s.
But for this being issued on MGM, it's a very avant-garde record. It's really good.
You said it's a film score, right?
Yeah,
it's from a movie. The movie is A Patch of Blue.
Okay.
But it's not the Patch of Blue soundtrack.
It's not.
It's his version.
Yeah. It's his version.
Got it. Okay. And A Patch of Blue stars Sidney Poitier.
Yes.
Poitier. Yeah. And Shelley Winters.
Yes.
That's
The
cool.
love scenes in it are the price of admission.
And it got nominated for a lot of awards. Let's see.
It's the one where he falls in love with a white chick, right?
Yeah, it got like
nominated.
It won an Academy Award. It won Best Supporting Actress, Shelley Winters. Cool.
Her best performance was in the Poseidon Adventure.
That's true.
Okay, thank you.
That's a great
Does anyone have these French early 80s reissues?
I used to have a bunch of them.
No,
You show the label on that?
the Bruno label.
The covers are really nice.
It's a little different.
The
Yeah.
Pate McCartney.
Is that
Yeah.
a DMM?
The
on it?
83s are analog. 84, 85, 86, they're all DMM.
So these are all 83s. I'll show you another one. I didn't clean or listen to this yet. I listened to this other one. It sounds great.
Mhm.
So this is an 83 French reissue. Doesn't say DMM.
Yeah.
So what Brandon said, these are before they went digital.
Mark's really
No, GMM is not
Rob.
digital.
No, that's just direct metal mastering.
That's
Yeah.
Sunny.
That's it. That's right.
Okay.
Sing
Here's
down.
what I'm gonna. I need,
Calm
Mark
down.
Glassman's becoming my enemy. I will pull up this dude and show you.
Pull it up
Okay?
because you're wrong. I already looked at it.
And what did
What-
you see?
There's like a bunch of credits. It's the same guy.
What else did you get, Rob? Who cares? Stay focused, man.
Listen, can you give me 10 minutes at the end of the stream to go up on Lastman, please?
Mhm.
Yeah. Mark,
Yes.
Mark, you have the
Hold
entire.
on.
You have the
Here's what I
entire
said.
thing for
I went
Rob.
looking. I couldn't find anything on them. Me. I'm the idiot. You guys are not. So I'm not here to.
Well, I'm gonna
speak
record.
truth.
I'm gonna definitely cut that out.
All right.
Okay, this is an album Chris will like.
Oh yeah,
Chris has it.
I have it. It's good.
Yes, I said he would like it.
Very good.
Well, I would like it too.
Don't you have it?
I do.
as well.
I picked up a record that Brandon recommended, and that Felipe has this too. Although the last two songs they're singing on it, but
It's a good
Felipe,
record.
Huh?
no, I'm gonna fight you because you've made a decision. Everything I've said to leave a comment.
All right,
That's
come
the
on.
point of the peanut gallery, Rob, is for them to comment about what we're talking about. Genius.
Yeah.
Have you listened to that?
Yes, I have. So
What do you
what
think?
Felipe said is true. And I don't know if Brandon's copy has noise. I just don't think this was pressed well.
I have
I've
two
played it a
copies
couple
that
times.
sound great. So
You do.
It's
But it's a
perception,
great-
right, Rob?
The first side of this, kick ass. Kick ass. It's the
until
last
they
two
start
songs.
singing about love and peace.
It's the last two songs where Eddie Jefferson's like
You got Freddie Waits on drums, Eddie Jefferson vocals,
$3 record. $3 record.
James-
Good cheap.
James Moody, and then Michael Longo piano. I'm not too familiar with him.
Mike Longo
And
is
then-
fantastic.
Yes.
And then Sam Jones on bass.
Yeah, it's actually not a $3 record anymore. I've been seeing it for like 10 to 12. Believe it or
I
not.
paid $3.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's why it doesn't sound good.
And it's on Perception. Which I've
Okay.
never heard of Perception Records.
I'm gonna tell you this from last week's. Everyone should have this record. This thing is basically, I guess Les McCann heard Bitches Brew and go, I can do that. And that's what
Is
this
that Atlantic? What? Yeah, Atlantic.
This is on Atlantic.
Cool.
I probably paid a little more than what it goes for,
Mhm.
but I
Wyoming Dave says you're late to the game, Rob.
I am late to the game, but I've listened to this for the first time and it's great.
But
I'm late to the game on all this. I just started collecting jazz like 3 years
I think
ago.
it's like Les McCann's in a silent way.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but he heard both of that records.
Oh, Mark, you're really poking the bear.
Yeah,
There. And the
I
bull.
like to introduce you to Sonny and Morgan. I picked up a cheap copy. It's all in fun, people. I don't really hate Mark Glassman.
No, of course not.
I found a really cheap copy. This is an OG mono, and again, this sounds really nice.
I don't like that record.
I
don't like that record. I don't know why. I just don't.
Yeah,
All right,
I'm
I'll
kind of
say
with you.
I
And I
sold it.
love
had it.
Latin. I
Yeah.
love Latin stuff, but
Not my
that's
favorite,
for
Sonny.
me.
It sounds nice.
Yeah,
I paid $3 for it, so it was worth it.
that's fair.
Okay. Found this yesterday.
Ooh,
Nice. Have you listened to it yet?
Huh?
Have you listened to it?
Yes. And the vinyl's mint minus.
nice.
Yeah, that's the one.
But it came out on 3 different labels, right?
Yeah, I have the
Yeah.
score one. I have the score.
So
Score
that's
hidden
the
list,
original one, right?
My copy is fine, yeah.
This
But
is
I know score can suck sometimes.
on the Imperial.
Imperial, yeah.
Now I will say it's not the best sounding record.
I don't think so. I've streamed it before because
Yeah.
because that's also on the Paul Chambers, John Coltrane Blue Note twofer.
I have
So
that.
I was considering getting that, and I streamed it, and it sounded like it wasn't a great recording.
No, it's not
It's not.
horrible, but it's not the best recording. But the first composition of John Coltrane, right? Isn't this? That's where it came on. This.
Yeah.
Is that the
It's-
score?
Yeah,
It's
that's the
the
one I
score.
have, yeah.
I have a super clean score. It doesn't sound that good as far as like the audio, but it's really good music.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's not the best
It's not,
recording.
it's not a great recording
Yeah,
or
same.
pressing.
what
Maybe
was
it's
the
not a great
original?
pressing.
What was the original label?
But the
Um,
score.
This
No,
one.
not score. Scores
No,
the
the score is the
reissue.
second. The score is the reissue, yeah.
Hold on. Delegation from the East. Because I think that label has a few, if I'm not mistaken, a few good albums. So,
Yeah, it's
and
got
the
the
original cover
Art
looks like it's
Pepper,
it's
Art
Jazz
Pepper,
West. It's originally a
Modern
Jazz West
Jazz.
label.
Mm.
Art Pepper, Modern Jazz, but Scores the first one, right?
No, I think
No,
Jazz
score
West.
is the reissue, repress, yeah. Yeah.
So,
Um,
Brandon, I thought you had a first press this whole time.
What?
I was just messing with you.
Okay, well, whatever this pressing is, it sounds okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a great recording.
So first of all, I'm sorry, I'm gonna play
Hey,
the
Joe.
polite. Yeah, welcome, Joe. Good evening.
Hey guys.
Joe had a busy afternoon. He let me know. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
This is a black bee.
Yeah, I have this copy. It's good, Rob. I used to have it.
Now, here's what's always confusing. When Van Gelder doesn't appear on like in these black bees or white bees, what does that mean? I don't know.
It was probably not his.
That just means
they sound
Rob,
good.
that just means that the metal was RVG, but the United Artists engineers recut the lacquers of their own. You can usually see some type of like, especially for like the early 70s, you see like it's like EEB or EW, something like that in the dead wax. But I have a Liberty copy of that, and it's stereo as well. That record never came out as a stereo pressing,
right?
So there's no stereo like RVG copies. There's only mono that would be RVG.
So my question was he ever involved in these electronically?
No. It was the United Artists guys on the West Coast.
He has nothing to do with the re-channels.
No, but you know, I have an OG, and this is not. It's not far behind. There's no issue with that. This is
a good. It sounds.
I was very happy with the way it sounded. And then
Mike, you're right. Intro is the label before score.
You have a second copy?
No. This is Art Pepper.
Oh yeah. Intro and Jazz West, weren't they kind of like sister labels or something?
I know that the intro and the score are like the same.
All right. Well, Jazz West put out that Paul Chambers.
Rob, you shall continue.
All right. So this is a 1972 Liberty reissue.
Nice.
It sounds good.
Liberty.
That's a great record.
All right, and this is the other one that I just cleaned and listened to, and it sounds great.
Mm-hmm. Oh, cool.
That's a cool one.
I love that record.
Yeah.
He has one on Steeplechase called.
It's another
Back to Jordan or Flight to Denmark.
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to get that one.
Is that a French press, Rob?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, and it's hard to clean up after you make the coffee.
Yes.
Yes, but it sounds good. And what Brandon said, these 83s are analog in 85 when they switched to doing the DMM.
No, 84, 85, 86, they're all
DMMs.
Yeah.
And it's weird because I don't think the DMMs sound very good, but there are people that swear by those and love them to death.
They're kind of loud, so I like them.
Wasn't the issue with the DMM the source, but like not the DMM process itself? Isn't that like?
No, it's more with I think some people complain that it's a little too bright. You lose a little bit of the lower end.
I always feel like DMMs are good for rock.
So yeah, a lot of hard rock, heavy metal in the 80s everything was called DMM. Everything.
I found OG mono.
Have you listened to it?
Excellent.
You know, for those early Argos, do you have the later cadet reissues of some of those?
Well, I at my last auction, I just sold. I sold one. This sounds better than that.
You think so? Because I have an Art Farmer original Argo. It's the one with that beautiful cover, that painting cover. It's a great cover. And then I have the cadet reissue of it, and the cadet reissue, and it's not even the first cadet, the white and blue one. It's like the yellow and pink one.
Yeah,
like and that thing sounds fantastic, and it's cheap.
It's like one record though. You can't make a generalization.
Well, that's why I'm asking. Well, the thing is, I've been getting these Ahmed Jamal early pressings, and they're fine, but like I just feel like they could sound better.
Okay, so I have a mono of that Ahmed Jamal, and I got the Analog Productions mono, and I have a stereo.
Okay,
but the Analog Production sounds better.
Mike, I have a lot of early cadets, and I don't think any of them sound fantastic.
Yeah. Can we go to CJ's question just before you fade away?
Yep.
Yeah. So DMM stands for direct metal mastering. So when you master a record, you're going to master to a lacquer, then you're going to make the metal out of the lacquer. So on DMM, you're mastering directly to the metal. You're skipping the lacquer step. So theoretically, it's more there's more fidelity to it. Some people believe you might lose some information, some frequencies there. I think it varies. I mean, depends on their experience.
Right.
Some blue notes that I have, they sound amazing. As I said, a lot of rock records are cut this way. They're great. And not to be confounded with direct to disc cutting, which is a different process. You're cutting the disc directly from the recording board, which is a completely different process.
But also, and let me know if this is totally wrong, but I know when I first started collecting, people were like, avoid the DMMs. And the reason I think was because the source that they were using. But because people were saying avoid DMMs, I just thought like DMM was a bad process. But I think the process of DMM is fine.
DMM is a process. You can use a cassette tape, you can use a digital file, you can use a tape, whatever. Like, it's just a process.
Yeah, a lot of people don't really like the Blue Note DMMs because by that point you were so far gone from the original kind of material that it was. I mean, at that point they were digital in the late 80s at Blue Note. They weren't really thinking about fidelity. They were thinking about, well, this is our last shot with vinyl before we go to CDs, and it just wasn't. And I had very early on, I picked up a copy of Workout. And I don't know if it was DMM or not, but it was like a late 80s, like 88 pressing. And it sounded like garbage. I mean, at that time, I thought it was like, oh, it's not too bad. But after finding another copy of that, it was just, that was not.
It sounds kind of like, some of them sound really trebly and like brittle and kind of like, not hissy, but just kind of like aggressive. It's like an aggressive.
Yeah, no. I think it's going to depend on your on the source material that we don't know which source they use for each record. I have only one. I have one Hank Mobley, straight, no filter. The record sounds amazing to me.
Yeah,
it sounds really good in my system here. You know, no issue with that record. But God only knows what for each recording, which generation tape or source was digital, whatever they used. You know,
it depends. So when David Bowie redid his whole catalog from RCA, like all the, and he also did the two Mercury records in like 1990, I think, or 89. He did them all DMM, and they are like they sound so much better than the originals, and he oversaw that. And those are the best sound. If you want a great Bowie pressing, get the clear vinyl from like 1990. And they're all DMM.
Yeah,
I have Juju, and I think it sounds great. I have two more to show, and then I'm done.
I just want to do a quick shout out. So our buddy here, Lavelle, did the Jazz Vinyl Tag 2024.
Oh,
it was a great video. He also did a recap video at the end of last year. Sub up to him and encourage him to make more videos because he knows his shit. So
absolutely agree.
He posts good on Instagram.
He posts good on Instagram. Okay.
Listen, while we're talking about the videos, CJ did a really good video, and I think it's his first video for the Jazz Vinyl Tag. It was really cool. So.
When you go watch these, sub everybody who does it.
Yeah, for
Reward them for participating.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, last two I'm going to show. This is awesome.
That's a heavy hitter.
Yeah, it is.
Are there two tenors on that? Who's on that?
So no, it's just him by himself. But I mean, him playing saxophone. But then there's Jimmy Owens, and then he wails so awesomely. It's just, these are killer records. They're just jamming awesomeness.
Yeah. So where'd you find that? That's not an easy one to find.
At a record store.
Oh wow, thanks.
One of my favorites, Atomic. They go in there and he had it. So it wasn't horribly priced, but this is my favorite record out of everything I picked up yesterday. And I do not know I do not understand why they retitled this like a year after it was pressed.
It's because one's the stereo title, one's the mono title.
Yeah, they did that with a few things.
Yeah. So
This
the mono.
This is great. This is a great record in the land of jazz.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why, because Cecil Taylor had stereo drive and
hard drive, or no,
and hard drive and jazz. Yeah,
hard drive and stereo drive.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, the most interesting thing about this is Sonny Morgan's not on it.
Yeah,
he had a day off.
Actually,
and if you rearrange the letters on the back of the liner notes, it says "Kill Mark Glassman."
If you play the Dead Wax backwards,
I played it backwards.
Okay, I want to show some. Well, actually, Joe, what's up? Do you have any hot topics or any new finds you want to?
I have two new
about?
things. One of them came in the mail today, but both of them are continuing where I left off last year. More Peter Brötzmann, so get it over with quick. This one is it's called the Atlanta concert. Peter Brötzmann, Hamid Drake, and Fred Hopkins. This one was from I think '98. It was recorded July 1998. The Museum of Art in Atlanta, and then it came out on the label Oka Disc in 2001. I tried to buy a copy on their website, which it still showed that they had copies, but shortly after buying it, I got a notification from PayPal that it was getting refunded, that they didn't have any copies. There was a copy there was a few copies in the US on Discogs. This one had been in my cart for like 4 or 5 months, and I finally pulled the trigger on it. I haven't listened to it yet. It was actually sealed, so I haven't listened to it yet. But this one unfortunately is going to be one where I have no idea what the music is like. I can kind of assume what it's going to be like just based on what his recordings were around this time, but there's no streaming of any kind, Bandcamp, YouTube, nothing that has anything on this recording. So I'm excited to hear that one, but we'll see. That's a great label. There's still some stuff that kind of is available on the website. Some of the releases are a little bit easier to find than others, but they're a great label out of, I think they're out of Chicago, mostly doing new stuff. I don't know what range of music they've done, but I know they have quite a few late 90s, early 2000s Peter Brötzmann type releases. And then the other one, this one actually just came in the mail today from Sweden. This is 3 Points in a Mountain. So it's a trio. It's Peter Brötzmann, it's Misha Mengelberg, and then I believe it's who's on the drums and then it's Han Vennick on the drums. For the longest time, and honestly, I have to kind of keep reminding myself every time I see this record. Misha Mengelberg sounds like a woman, but it's actually a man. So I don't know if it's just I'm uncultured, and when you hear the name Misha, I don't know, you don't think really.
He was the cantor at my temple when I was growing up.
Oh. Misha is European for Michael.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of
see, I just didn't. Yeah, I didn't put that together. So this is from '79. So adding more. This was one of the bigger ones I was trying to find. So came in the mail really quick. I've had really good luck. This is the second time I've ordered from a seller in Sweden. Not only is the packing really good, but it gets to the US pretty quick. There's something about, I don't know, the Swedish mail system that it seems to be quick, at least for my, again, kind of.
Do they ship by that? Like it's like something Nord? Is that
the Post Nord is the name?
Yeah,
of it.
I've used them before with
I've had good luck. I mean, I ordered that on Saturday. I think it was Saturday or Sunday last weekend, and it was shipped on Monday, and then it got here today. So 4 days. I thought was That's really
great.
good.
Yeah, I've been getting stuff from Japan really fast too.
Yeah, especially if
Japan,
it's DHL. That's usually.
Yeah.
I have two. I have an order from Italy that just got shipped, I think 2 days ago, and one from Serbia, which got shipped, I think today. So we'll see. I've never ordered from Italy or Serbia.
Hey, is Joe Marino posing for Northeastern Jacket Company? What's going on there?
No.
That reminds me of that. What's that?
The LL Bean.
Hungry Man microwave food.
Oh, nice.
Hey,
Nice.
Joe, I love your paper towels.
Yeah.
With ICP, am I mixing this ICP up with some
Yeah, where's your ox? Where's your blue ox?
Instant,
crazy rap group?
Instant Composers Pool was ICP.
And
Thank you.
yeah, just regarding Misha Mellenberg, we've shown Engelberg, we've shown a couple of his albums on it. The Herbie Nichols and the and there's a Herbie Nichols and Monk. I think it's on Soul Note.
Okay.
Yeah.
The one with Steve
have-
Lacy.
I have it right here. Right here. Let me pull it out.
You mean the one where they're torching?
Yeah.
This one.
Mhm.
I didn't put the two and two together.
Yeah, and that one. Yeah.
He did. He was around from like the 50s through the 70s.
What does that
He
make?
did a lot of stuff.
So this was put on my radar. I think this was a recommendation from like Joe Harley on our stream when we first met him.
That was awesome.
And he was talking about how he was reissuing, or he has reissued, or Blue Note has reissued the Herbie Nichols stuff. And this is, I think at least, let me see, I think like half of this or all of this is all Herbie Nichols compositions. So it's got Misha, Steve Lacy, George Lewis, Harrion Gorder, and Han Bennett. So,
And Rob has the other one.
Yeah.
I need to listen to this. I'm going to keep this out.
I like this cover a lot. It's so bad. It's great.
This looks like a hip hop kung fu movie from 1978.
Yes.
Looks like an AI image you generated.
Yeah.
Hey, somebody put up Nicole's comment. It's actually pretty funny.
Oh shit!
Wow, Nicole.
Wow, that's harsh, Nicole.
Wow.
Hold on, Nicole.
That's fucked
Actually,
up.
Gary's Music Room looks like the male version of Rachel.
That's true.
That was interesting.
Hey,
Can we
that's
go
what
back to
happens
shitting on
when you
Rob?
go away for a long time.
Yeah. That's probably true, Louis.
Oh, howdy.
Hey, Dave. How's it going? So, Joe, do you have anything to show? Any cool stuff? You're just hanging out?
Actually, my local record shop actually closed, and so I took a little bit of a drive and found kind of a honey hole of some kind of 70s, 80s contemporary stuff. So I have a little bit of a pile over here. This is a Steve Coleman group, Motherland Pulse on JMT. Ooh, bad. There we go. It's got Jerry Allen on piano, Lonnie Plaxico on bass, Cassandra Wilson on vocals. Really a cool record. Out of Germany.
So that's piano, bass, and vocals?
No, it's got
Alto.
Steve Coleman on alto, Jerry Allen on piano, bass, then Marvin Smith on drums and percussion, Cassandra Wilson on vocals for one track, Graham Hayes on trumpet for 2 tracks, Mark Johnson on drums. So it's pretty,
yeah, that's the whole M bass. Back in the day they were called M bass. Basically, they were all centered in Brooklyn at the time. So all those guys, and before Cassandra Wilson sort of broke out, she performed with them a lot, and she has.
I almost didn't get it though.
Recordings on is on JMT. It's awesome.
Was M bass a response to like M boom? Was there any relation? No.
It was sort of just sort of trying to just keep current with the music that's happening around the time. Some hip hop influences and jazz, trying to meld all those things. Greg Osby was also a member of M bass. A bunch of now they're older guys and women were part of Membase. It was like a loose collective.
This is another recording from the same year, 84. This also has Jerry Allen on it, but Oliver Lake Quintet. It's got cool. Jerry Allen, Kevin Eubanks on guitar, Fred Hopkins, Rowan Alclough on drums.
Yeah, that's on Soul Note.
I like that. Yeah.
Black Saint.
Yeah, I like that one.
I listened to that one. This one's actually phenomenal. I would say if you're kind of, it's a little bit outside, but it's still very approachable. Really enjoyable listen. I picked up this, which I'm pretty happy with. This is a direct-to-disc on Eastworld. Hello, Hank Jones, Clifford Jordan. So it's Clifford Jordan, Hank Jones, Reggie Workman, Freddie Waits. Recorded in, what's the year? Doesn't say. But it's pretty cool. They actually also have kind of a nice insert that shows exactly where the instruments were placed, what mics were using, where the cutting amp was. So pretty cool direct to disc. And I mean, it's only 3 tracks. It's Bohemia After Dark, Love for Sale, and then Vienna by Cliff Jordan. But pretty cool. It's like it was a Japanese press. I picked up this one. I was actually pretty excited about. This is Sam Rivers and Mario Sutano on Vendette Records. This is just the 2 of them. This is recorded in Italy. Oh no, sorry, it has Dave Holland on bass and Barry Ashall on vibes and drums. But
what
really,
does Mario play?
He plays alto, so it's very woodwind heavy. Sam Rivers splits time between soprano, tenor, flute, and piano. So pretty cool. I didn't see very many other copies in the U.S. I mean, all these I got for like $5. So, some of them were a little bit more blind buy. Some of them I sampled while I was in the shop, but was pretty excited about that one. This is another one. I don't know if anyone's familiar with Bob Neelam's. It was on Indian Navigation. It was $5. I think he was in Mingus's like mid to late 70s group. This is just solo piano. He was also in a group in the late 70s at the Tin Palace. Ricky Ford, James Newton, Ronnie Boykins, Michael Carvin. But really, I think, tremendous.
Ricky Ford's on that?
No, this is solo piano, but he played with those guys quite a bit in the late 70s.
That's cool. How do you like that record? How do you like the music?
It's good. It's really good. It's pretty music.
Oh yeah.
But it's it's complex. I mean, I would say it's not necessarily an easy listen, but it's not super outside. It's just kind of it kind of grew on me, developed kind of over the course of the compositions. They're all original compositions. And so, yeah, I mean, I've only played it once. So I'll let you know.
Cool.
Then I got this one. People probably are familiar with this one, the Great Jazz Trio Direct from LA. This is another direct to disc on East Wind with Hank Jones, Ron Carter, Tony Williams playing standard. So Night in Tunisia, around about midnight, Satin Doll, and My Funny Valentine. This, I mean, it's I wouldn't say it's spectacular, but I mean, it's 3 masters playing standards. The sound quality though is tremendous. So it's pretty stoked about that. And then, all right, last 2, and then I'll pass it back over. This is David Murray Chamber Jazz Quartet on Sigma. I'm not that familiar with this label. Anyone familiar with that?
Never heard of it.
Who's his band, or is it anybody that he's usually playing with, or is it?
It's Hugh Ragan on trumpet, Abdul Wadud on cello, and Fred Hopkins on bass.
Cool.
Cool. It's just a quartet.
Yeah, just a quartet.
So there's a cellist and a bass player.
Yes, yeah. It's the cellist that recorded that solo cello record that we all bought last year.
Yeah.
And then the last one is this one, which is Charles Bobo Shaw on Muse.
Yeah, I have that. I love that.
Yeah, it's a great record.
Funky.
Joseph Bowie, Julius Hempel. This also has Abdul Wadud on cello, Alex Blake on bass, and Francois Nyomo Montoya on acoustic and electric guitar. But yeah, I mean, this is actually my first Bobo Shaw record, and he's just an incredible drummer. I really, really like this record. So
yeah,
worth picking up and find it.
Very cool.
So that's what I got.
Okay.
Oh, one more. Sorry, one more. This one actually kind of blew me away. This is a Slide Hampton octet. A little bit, obviously bigger group, but it's got, Freddie Hubbard on it, George Coleman on tenor, Pete LaRocca on drums.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I mean it was a flawless first press mono on the Atlantic Thumb label, and yeah, I mean really good stuff. I definitely am not buying as much kind of.
Why do you hate hard bop, Joe?
I don't. I'm just trying to expand my collection a bit.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
And but yeah, this one I couldn't pass up. It was $7.
Okay.
Cool.
So yeah, pretty cool.
Hey Joe. This one's if you get into
that's
shop.
good.
Oh yeah,
This is one of my favorite records.
That's the best one.
That's a great one. That's a great one, Brandon.
It's just drums and
What
horn.
label is it on?
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Muse.
Muse as
That's
well?
Muse, I think.
It's on Muse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have that one.
Yeah.
Gosh, around this time last year, when I saw James Brandon Lewis, who I'm actually going to see Sunday, I forgot who was telling. They were telling a story about Bobo Shaw, and he was evidently quite the character.
Right.
I forgot who it was that was telling the story about like one early morning after playing, he was heading home. Oh, it was William Parker. He was heading home, wheeling his bass down the street, and he sees Bobo Shaw coming down the street with a shopping cart, and he has an ATM in the cart. And this is like, these are early ATMs, so it's
it's like a tank.
Huge. But he had some great stories about those guys around that time.
That's cool.
Cool.
Yeah, I bought my copy after your recommendation, Mike. I think it was in private or even on the stream.
Yeah,
I love it. I'm just gonna show one thing for Joe because he requested and asked about this record here, Joe. Jerry Allen and Kurt Rosenwinkel, sorry. This is already out on CD and streaming. The vinyl is gonna be available, I think, in April.
Yeah,
it's on Motima and Hardcore. Hardcore is Kurt's own label. So back in 2012, Jerry Allen, expressed her desire to record with Kurt after they played one night in New York. Then his agent arranged for them to play à la Cité de la Musique in Paris in 2012, also later in the year. That was recorded, and Kurt had access to the recording. And unfortunately, because she passed early in 2017, they could not record in the studio together. So here's the record here. Some forwarding by Kurt, by their agent, by Iana, who owns the label. So there's a little bit of everything here. There's Kurt's, there's a Jelly Allen song, there's a Kurt song, there's a George and Ira Gershwin, there's Thelonious Monk. There's a little bit of everything. It's a very fluid, very spontaneous. They never rehearsed for the record. They just got together and played. So it was very an interactive kind of feeling thing. The recording is excellent, exceptional. And if you don't want to wait for the record, here's the CD, which sounds really good. It's a digital recording anyway, so for the ones that are more picky, whatever, this should do it. It's a really good recording, beautiful, beautiful music by Jerry Allen and Kurt Rosenwinkel. Highly recommend. The record should be coming out in April. And Joe, it's really good.
Yeah, I'm pretty old school. I still get downbeat hard copy, and
I've heard of that one.
it reviewed really well. I mean, they don't often give 5-star reviews. And
now is that downbeat still as absorbent as Bounty paper towel?
It's brawny.
Sorry, then it's not the quicker picker up.
Oh man.
No, it's anytime, Sal.
Rob's just mad I don't have any Lycra on.
Listen, this is 100% silk.
I've got a bunch to show.
Oh, hold on. I just pulled this up. I just wanted to give this a quick highlight. So today it was announced this Charles Lloyd record's coming out. It's a quartet with Brian Blade, Larry Grenadier, and Jason Moran. There is a you can go to YouTube and search for "The Sky Will Still Be There for Tomorrow," and you could listen to the first track or one of the tracks. It's cool. It sounded really good. So it just wanted to throw that out. That this is something that I think I'll be picking up. Have you guys looked into this at all?
I saw Joe post that today, so I'm interested.
It looks really cool because Charles Lloyd, I feel like he hasn't played with a piano player in a while. It's all been like horns and drums.
No, he played with Gerald Clayton.
Mm-hmm.
On which one?
Trio Records?
Yeah, because Gerald Clayton replaced Jason Moran and his group.
Oh, on the Trio Records.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
but this is a trio with horn.
Yeah, but anytime he plays with Jason Moran, this
is a quartet though, right?
That's gonna be great.
Yeah, but it's a trio with Charles Lloyd on horns. So what I mean is a piano trio plus horn.
So a quartet?
Yes. I said that first, Chris. I said it's a quartet. It's like it's a trio plus Lloyd.
Like what's the
right. I dropped the link if anybody wants to pull it up, but I do encourage people to go to YouTube and give that song a listen. It's really good.
Have you listened to the whole song? I just listened to a little clip that Joe had on Facebook.
I listened to it. You definitely want to listen to the whole song because it's a slow tempo, and Charles Lloyd comes in low, and I think you got to just kind of experience the whole track.
Sweet.
To get it, but yeah, it's good. I'll pull it up and drop a link. Brandon, you want to show some stuff?
Yeah.
Cool.
Sure, of course. And I was just excited because I really love Charles Lloyd's records when he has like the ones where it's a quartet.
Definitely.
With the piano player, bass and drums.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Traditional
Absolutely.
trio plus horn.
I know what you're saying, and yeah. Anyway,
let's get a smart eye.
Yeah. Syntax, whatever. Did anybody talk about this yet? Did we go over it?
Somebody did a video on it.
We have not talked about it though.
Yeah, we have not.
Okay. This this sounds great. I have or I guess I don't have it. I had a second pressing. They did a great job remastering this. And the one thing I have to say about Kevin Gray is he's really good at drums. On all the recordings where I really get impressed of him redoing a Blue Note, it's and where they sound better, it's the drums that he does. And I was thinking of what he did with Dialogue, what he did with My Point of View, the introducing Kenny Burrell with Candido. The drums on those, because I've had originals of all of those, and the drums just
it's really sharp. You can feel the finger tapping.
You can feel the air moving in your speakers. It's really, it's really cool. Like you hear the brushes and everything, and especially with congas, like you can really hear it. So this is the line. It's a great record. It came out in '70. It's a fantastic record, and I think for whatever $37 you should go get it. George Coleman on tenor, Joe Farrell on tenor, on bass flute, and English horn. Fred Tompkins on flute on one track. Pepper Adams baritone. Wilbur Little bass. Elvin Jones drums, and Candido on conga.
Sounds awesome.
And it's a great record.
So did you get the other one that came out with it?
What?
Did you what was the other one? Lou Donaldson, Midnight Creeper? Is that the other one that just came out?
Yeah, I have an original of that, but that's not one where I'm crazy to go get the. It's a good record. It's a fun record.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's a cool
Isn't it
record.
a double LP? Isn't it a double LP that?
No, it's a gatefold. It's a single LP.
Okay.
You want me to bust out an original? I can. If you
Sure.
want to see it. If you want to see
Bust
an
it
original,
out.
I'll do it later.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, this is. I think everyone on here will totally dig this. And it's
I have that
under.
one.
Yeah,
I have
It's
that
like
too.
under 20 over 10. I think I paid $12 for this. Benny Wallace, Tommy Flanagan, Eddie Gomez, and Danny Richmond on drums. Wallace is awesome. This is definitely like in the post bop genre of like, he does a little squawking. He hits a lot of low notes on it. It starts off really good. Just with like some super breathy, heavy, low notes on the tenor, and it's
Awesome.
it's a hard, and he goes off. They all go off on it. It's a really good record, and Tommy Flanagan, Eddie Gomez.
Yeah,
I
that
love
looks
the-
really
I love-
kicking.
It's a great record, and it's not very expensive.
yeah, I have it. It's good.
It's one of my favorite
Enya-
cover
or
photographs.
Enya.
too.
What's that, Joe?
19.
It's one of my favorite cover photographs. The like compressed
Yeah.
garbage. It's just
Yeah,
kind of the colors.
1980. It's pretty beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, this was an interesting one. And someone had opened it and taken it back, and they didn't like it, I guess. Or no, actually, I think the record owner I think he opened it just to listen to it and then put it out for sale for cheaper. This is a really cool spiritual record. I don't think this is like one of those tricky things where it just says "sound from the master tapes," which makes me
Sound
think,
from the master.
yeah, that's like
Isn't that everything?
sound from the master tapes. But it's really cool record. I think it's so you got spiritual, very Enrique Villegas, Ara Tocatlian, which I'm guessing he's indigenous, and then Guillermo Bodarampe, and that's the group. So you got bass, drums, and sax. That's really good. No, wait, hold on. Is it there? I remember some piano being in here too. So there's some.
What year was that originally from?
75 was when it was recorded in Argentina. So it's not a very well-known, it's just a spiritual jazz record from Argentina, and it was reissued last year. But it's really good.
It looks like it's a compilation.
It's not. It's the record. There's a little. I haven't read it yet. It's all in Spanish, but there's a booklet in here, and most of it is poems. And there's an interview in here. I'll read it later.
Can you read one of the poems so I can dedicate it to Mark Glassman?
Good idea.
Okay, so it's pretty good. And I'm not going to try to put it back together. It's got one of those stupid obies. Not the obies that stick, the ones that are just cardboard that fall off all the time. Okay, I had this on hold, and I totally forgot about it. I put it on hold like last summer at a record shop, and I came in to buy something else, and they're like, hey, you got a bag of shit you need to grab. And so this is awesome. Do you guys know this? It's awesome.
I've heard of him.
So
I've seen it. I think
It's on Warner.
It's on Capricorn.
Okay.
So
cool.
you've got basically, here's the group. This is 73. So it's the same time as like Hancock's doing Mwandishi and stuff like that. So you got you got Eddie Henderson on trumpet and flugelhorn, Herbie Hancock on Fender Rhodes and clavinet, Benny Maupin on stritch, clarinet, bass clarinet, flute, alto flute, piccolo, and tenor saxophone. Buster Williams on bass, Eric Gravatt on drums, Billy Hart on drums, Patrick Gleason on synth, and Bill Summers on conga. So this is like if you like Hancock's like early 70s stuff, if you like Crossroads and Sextant and the trippy spiritual space stuff. But this is more of they are going off. So it's not like just weird space noises. They're really playing hard. They're grooving like really hard. This record is great.
Cool.
He has one coming out in February. Next month, he has an album coming out.
Eddie Henderson?
Yeah, it's going to be on vinyl. It's on Smoke Jazz. So the recording quality is going to be really good.
Hey, Mike, do you know? So Eddie Henderson did Inside Out with this group, and there's a record he did. This is 73, and I think he did one more in 72. Do you know what it's called?
I can look it up for you.
I was talking about Mike Notes and Toes.
No.
He's going to be out here. He's going to be out here in March with the Cookers.
Yeah.
What about Brandon? Is it this?
No,
that does look cool.
That's the one on Blue Note. I have that
one. So
one.
this is Inside Out. Hold on. Let's look at his discography.
No, there's one in 72, I think.
72.
No.
There's Realization.
That's it.
No.
This was at a local shop here for like $45, and I almost bought it, but I couldn't afford it.
Everyone's gonna buy it now.
It was good. I streamed it while in the store.
I think jazz fusion is the wrong term, but
this, I feel like
if you consider those Herbie Hancock records like Crosswinds and Sextant as fusion, then I guess it's fusion.
I
think of it more as like.
I think it's more like African music than fusion.
Yeah, there's also, like influences of African music, and they jam really hard. And
I was going to say
that record's great too.
The tracks vary. Like it's not like maybe you could like say like the first track's fusion, but it's all over the place.
You have that one. You have Realization.
I don't. So when I saw it in the shop, I streamed it. I was listening to it when I was there. I just had like a stack of stuff, and I just couldn't afford to get everything. So I left it. I remember I told the clerk I was going to regret it, and I do.
Right. As I recall, that one's more conceptual and goes off and has a lot of more space and like trippy parts. Whereas this is more of like just a hard jam session.
Do you have the Do you have the inner sleeve for that? The original inner sleeve for that?
Maybe.
Let's see how much this sucker goes for now.
No,
I didn't know Capricorn did anything other than.
Yeah, this is about how much they were. It's a $50 record. That's also why I left it. I was like, if I want it, I can get it. You know.
What was Capricorn? They were like in Georgia, right?
This was
Alvin Brothers band on Capricorn. I know that.
Phil and Alan Walden and Frank Fentner.
Yeah, it was a cool label.
Nashville.
Anyway, I recommend it highly if you want a nice jam session record. It's really good.
Cool. Brandon, you got more?
Yeah. I actually cut it in half because I had like.
We'll show the other half later.
No. I'm going to show the half next week.
But what about the new half you're going to get? You'll have another half next week.
Don't confuse me.
Brandon, do you like half and half in your coffee?
No, I like whole milk.
I drink it black. Come on.
Yeah. No, I used to. All right, so I finally got this. I told you about it. I was listening to it. I went and picked it up. This is also Herbie Hancock. So this is that Terry Plumeri I was telling you about. Herbie Hancock on electric piano, Michael Smith on drums, John Abercrombie on electric guitar, Eric Gravatt, who's also the percussionist on that Eddie Henderson, is on this, and then Paul Martin on acoustic guitar on one track. This is also I I'd put it in a similar vein because it's funky. It's a little funky and quirky, but it's more. This is a bass player who's like more in the vein of like Dave Holland or Terry Plumeri is more like Dave Holland or some of the earlier Eberhard Weber where he's bowing bass more. So this sounds to me, whereas that one's more like a crazy spiritual funk record. This is more like an ECM record. It has like those classical influences that you hear on ECM and a lot of bowed bass, but it's really good.
Nice.
Cool.
So it was interesting that I got two Herbie Hancock records from 1973 that aren't Herbie Hancock records.
Cool.
And then I picked up a bunch. So I went on the flute. And
What's Trade Up Music? What's Trade Up Music? Is that your local?
Oh, this is where I buy guitar strings. It's just like it's a guitar. It's a music instrument shop that's like 3 blocks from my house.
Just tell him to mind his own business, Brandon.
And you can trade in, like, if you want to trade, an amp, you'll get money towards another.
Oh,
amp.
that's cool.
So
it's a pyramid scheme.
Capricorn Records was out of Georgia, out of Macon, Georgia, not Nashville.
Okay, so
Yeah, it said 94. They moved to Nashville.
Chris, refresh your browser and catch up with the rest.
No, I was waiting. I wasn't being a rude ass. Like I didn't want to interrupt Brandon when he was showing his record. So
I think I need to thank. I think I need to thank Mike Notes and Tones, Rob, and maybe Mike.
I'll
but
take it.
Maybe, just maybe.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Rob had showed this, so I had listened to some James Newton on India Navigation, and it was kind of like classical music. But I went after Rob showed this. I was like, I think there's some James Newton in the $5 section at my favorite record. So I grabbed this.
Yeah, that's good.
Which is awesome. John Blake on violin, Anthony Davis on piano, Slide Hampton on trombone, Billy Hart on drums, and Cecil McBee on bass, and of course James Newton on flute.
I think that record is mastered.
This is an awesome $5 record. It is excellent.
I think that's a Bob Ludwig mastered record too, if I'm not
Just
mistaken.
to piggyback off that, this is I got this. Rob picked it up and put it on my radar. This is a James Newton on. This is Indian Navigation.
Yeah, it's really good.
I think I'm gonna have a heart attack. 3 shout outs in one day. I can't handle it.
Is that a reissue?
Shout.
When was it? It was
That looks different than the original.
This is the original.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Original.
Oh man, that is clean.
But it's a great lineup. So it's James Newton flute, Anthony Davis piano, Abdul Wadud cello, which Joey showed a record with him on it earlier, and then Philip Wilson drums. So it's a quartet. And from what I remember, this gets pretty wild.
That's the one I listened to, and I thought it was. And he has another one that's like, it's not on Indian Navigation, but it looks like it's on an Indian Navigation. Like it's like flute something is the label, and that one actually sounded like classical music.
Yeah, that one I don't. That's my least favorite of his.
Yeah, I couldn't get into it, but I got into these. So I also got.
Stanley Crouch does the liner notes. That's it.
Yeah, still sucks.
So right next to that was.
Yeah, that's
this
good
one,
too.
Which is great, and it's a very similar band. John Blake on violin.
Yeah.
Gail Dixon on violin.
Yeah.
Abdul Wadud on cello. Jay Hoggard on. This is nice because it has vibes. Jay Hoggard on vibraphone. Kenny Kirkland on piano. Cecil McBee on bass again, and Billy Hart on drums again, and James Newton on flute. And he also does. It's just flute. Sorry, I thought he did like.
Do they cover anything on that? Or do they do any covers?
I'm trying to remember.
They do Dolly Parton's 9 to 5. What difference does it make?
Just an aside, you mentioned, and not even with not only with James Newton, but earlier you mentioned Alex Blake on violin.
Right.
Alex Blake is the father of the drummer Jonathan Blake, who is Kenny Barron's drummer.
Cool.
Presently.
Yeah.
He's like a nice guy. I saw him at the when I saw Kenny Barron at the Vanguard recently. He was playing with him, and I took my cousin's son there, and both him and Kenny Barron were really nice, and they like spoke to. He's like 17 years old. They spoke to the kid and everything. You know, it was really cool.
And he's also on Jerome Sabat's record. And
and he has 2 albums on Blue Note. Yeah.
Who is Joe Martin? Is he part of Kenny Barron's group, or is it just a different?
Joe Martin. I wouldn't say he's part of Kenny Barron's group. He has his own group. He plays a lot with Mark Turner. I've seen him most of the times. I've seen Joe Martin. He's either leading his own group and Mark Turner is playing in it, or Mark Turner is leading a group and Joe Martin is playing in it.
Yeah, and he was also on Jerome's previous record. He was also there, No Filter.
Cool.
All right.
So everyone,
still going.
Get those James Newton records before they all go up.
Okay, and this one I actually had to order off Discogs, for like $10. So after shipping, I think it was $16.
Yeah,
this is awesome, and this has Choir, which is the song the Beasties covered for Pass the Mic.
Yeah,
it's
he successfully sued them.
Yeah, I think the Beasties all they're like when they sample things, they're right before the cutoff of legal issues. But it's really just it's the song is really good. So this is all solo flute. This is just flute.
Yeah.
Who's that? Brandon?
James Newton.
Oh, James Newton.
So this is awesome.
Not the film composer.
That
James Howard. Yeah.
What do you mean when the Beastie Boys sample things? It's just like when they can, because there
was legal. So when they did Check Your Head and Built to Ill, those records were before before all the lawyers got in there to make sure you had to give money to the artists that had written it. And I think there's a bunch of things where they did do some stuff retroactively.
Yeah.
But legally you could sample just about anything. It wasn't just the Beastie Boys. It was anybody sampling music.
Well, I think it's fucked up they didn't give him any.
Yeah, it's an interview, and it's probably because it was James Newton, and they figured no one knows about him. But there was an interview where they were, I don't know, I think it was Mike D was talking about it, and they were talking about someone was bringing legal action, and basically, I don't know, maybe it was somebody on YouTube, and they basically said, "Look, dude, do you want to be? This is not a good look for you guys. Just freaking pay the money, and if it's just not a good look. Pay the money and get it over with." And then they just decided, fine, we're going to pay the money, instead of fighting it.
Brandon, you got more?
Yes, I'm still going. Anyway, I also have
Are you sure you're not showing the other half for next week?
Huh?
Are you sure you're not showing the other half for next week?
No.
You have more records than Rob.
Is
there some guy off camera just handed you records?
If you want me to stop, just
no, keep going.
Are you guys in the same room?
Do you guys want me to? I can speed it up. Do you want me to do
just keep going?
Speed showing.
No record.
I know you guys are into speed listening.
You're not wearing a flannel shirt, so you got credit to go.
Go at 45 now.
Real quick, this is just a Scorpio reissue because this record's gotten kind of expensive.
Okay.
It sounds okay. Carlos Garnett, Reggie Lucas, Anthony Jackson on bass, Howard King drums, Hubert Eves keyboards, Charles Pulliam congas, Neil Clark percussion, and obviously Carlos Garnett is on reed instruments on this. I'm mostly saxophone.
So it's a Scorpio Muse reissue. That's kind of interesting.
Scorpio did a bunch of Muse reissues. They sound okay. My local shop has a bunch of them. This was $13, so compared to $100 which is what the original's getting.
I've never even seen that.
Yeah, Scorpio. You know what? Scorpio did a ton of these reissues in like early 2000s, and I think they're just all sitting in a warehouse, and they just ship them out when people want them.
Well, actually, if you want to know something, the way I was told the way Scorpio does business is they just send a pallet of records to your store unprompted.
Yeah, I wouldn't be. I think Eric, the guy who has them, he gets a ton of them, and he's there. It's like Scorpio everything: Scorpio Prestige, Scorpio Blue Note, Scorpio Muse, Scorpio everything. So anyway,
Frankie and
Tony
Tony come a month later to collect.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
They make also really good sounding cement shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You really want to sell these in your record store.
So then I got into then it was like the $5 flute thing. This was a Herbie Man I didn't have. This is on Embryo. He does a cover of Soul Man. He does a cover of The Night They Drove Old Dixie Down. He does a cover of Down on the Corner. Like, it's all like, it's cool flute pop tunes mostly, done by Herbie Man in a good band. I'll just move on. That was a $5 one. Because some people I love Herbie Man, but
me too.
A lot of people don't like him. Okay, this is really cool. So check this out. This is a bunch of standards, ballad standards, with Stanley Cowell leading the trio with these tenor players on 4 different tracks.
I have that. That is a really good record.
So it's really cool. So Art Pepper, Stanley Cowell, Cecil McBee, Roy Haynes, track 1. They do Over the Rainbow. Art Pepper kills it.
That was like one of his signature songs in the 80s.
Track 2 is God Bless the Child with John Clemmer on tenor, Stanley Cowell, John Hurd on bass, Roy Haynes on drums. Side 2, Smoke Gets in Your Eyes is Johnny Griffin, Stanley Cowell on piano, Cecil McBee on bass, Roy Haynes on drums. And the best one is Good Morning Heartache. Joe Henderson does this killer squawky version with Stanley Cowell, and just a little squawk. It's so good. Stanley Cowell, John Hurd, and Roy Haynes on drums. This was a $10 record. It's awesome.
That's cool.
Especially
Great cover. I like that cover. The cover's that's like 4 fighter jets. I mean, it tells you about that record.
Yeah, why are you warmongering now, Mike?
So does each tenor, or I'm sorry, each sax player get their own track to lead? Is that the idea?
Yeah,
There's
it's 4 tracks.
That's cool.
So the trio is basically the same. I'm going to say it again: trio plus 1, trio plus sax. That's my favorite combo.
So quintet.
Is that a quartet?
Yeah, but
quartet.
Quartet. But sometimes it is billed like that, like Bill Evans trio with somebody.
Well, sure.
What I mean is traditional trio plus 1. The traditional rhythm section of a piano, bass, and drums plus a horn is my favorite quartet.
You're not fooling anybody. It's quartets.
It's my favorite quartet.
Those quintets are awesome.
Okay, I think this.
Is that 7 or 8?
Well, so if it's Roland Kirk playing like 3 saxophones at the same time, what is it?
That's just crazy.
That's just Roland
crazy shit. Just crazy shit. Okay, I think you guys, everyone, this is really fun.
Yeah, I have that.
This is a fun, funky. This is a funk record. It's killer. It's a funk trombone record.
Now,
cool.
Curtis Fuller, Lenny White on drums, George Cable's on electric piano, Stan Clark before he had that experience where he changed his name to Stanley, Bill Washer electric guitar, Ray Moros tenor. Bill Hardman on trumpet. I don't know who Ray Morris is. Anyway, it's a great record.
I prefer the Curtis on the left, not the one on the right.
I prefer Stanley from The Office.
All right.
Nothing.
More cheap flute.
Silence is deafening.
Fuck you guys.
$5 cheap flute. The song on side 2 is way better than side 1, but this is worth it just for the song Ashanti and Equinox, the last track on side 1 and the first track on side 2. Hubert Laws with they didn't do it very easily. Paul Greshman, David Nadian, Bernard Eichen. There's so many people on this record, even though they're not all on all the tracks. But it also has Ron Carter and Richard Davis on basses.
Oh, wow.
George Ricci on cello. It's a really cool record. This is a really fun record, and it's cheap.
Now, here's a serious question, because I really don't have any Hubert Laws. What is the album to get of his?
Hubert Laws, bro.
Hubert Laws?
Hubert.
Let me think about it, because it's the ones in the 70s that you want to get. I think that I like a little bit more, because I don't think
stuff.
Huh?
I like all his CTI stuff.
Yeah,
who's better, his brother or him?
Ronnie Laws is
the
good
CTI
too.
stuff is probably any of the CTI ones are the ones to get. What's the one is?
I like the plastical one he did too. I can't remember what it's called though.
Is Olinga Hubert Laws?
That's the one I have, I think.
It's Phil Jackson.
That's okay. I'll tell you which Hubert Laws to get.
What are the
I
writers?
like the
Hang on here. Yeah, this one's cool.
I like the ones that are from the 60s on Atlantic that are. Yeah, get that one. Afro Classic's awesome.
So they do Bach, a Bach song. They do Mozart. What else are they doing on this?
Any of the
do Rocky Amadeus?
Ron Carter, Dave Friedman, Gene Bernicini, Freddie Waits, Pablo Landrum, Air 2's on this, Bob James, and then Fred Alston Jr. But they do like a couple Hubert Laws songs, but then they also cover like classical stuff, as I mentioned. So, and it's Van Gelder, CTI. This is a Speaker's Corner reissue.
Yeah, Rob, I'll go after I show these. I'll go down to I have all my CTIs in the basement, so I'll go.
And this is called Afro Classic.
Yeah,
it's got a great cover.
This is 72, so this is around the same time as those CTIs.
So
he did another classical album though.
The Rites of Spring.
Anthony from Audiophilia has mentioned Hubert Laws before. He says, I think Anthony is a flute player.
He is.
So he was saying that Hubert Laws is in terms of like skill and ability. And Anthony, if you're out there, correct me if this is incorrect, but I remember you saying like he is above and beyond like pretty much everybody in terms of skill.
Yeah,
last year in LA, they both together did a live Sketches of Spain. They did the whole album. Yeah.
So there was a super clean copy of this, more flute.
Oh gosh,
got that one.
I went into a thrift store once, and there were 7 copies of that there.
Yeah, it's the record you see. You see this record
duplicate overnight. They have sex with each other.
This is a total 70s concept album. He's by himself in the Taj Mahal. He does some chanting. There's like crazy echo from the Taj Mahal. It's very kind of trippy. It's a bit of a stoner album, but I like it. Okay.
Is it better?
Brandon, I cannot fucking believe how many records. This is half your haul. This is insane.
I know.
Well, a lot of them
what
were.
are you doing to
us?
Well,
I skipped. Remember,
Didn't you show records last week?
But yeah, I did.
No shit, man.
Hey,
no, I didn't.
Do you have this album, Brandon? Because I really want this one.
Brandon has every album at the moment.
I love the one where it's a whole line of albums where he's serenading.
What the fuck is that?
I have that one.
Well, I'm sure that they record the killer whale too. So
and it's like, big. Is that carpet floating on the water?
Of course.
New Grail.
Don't your carpets float on the water?
Hold on.
I think he does the whole Aladdin soundtrack on this one.
No, but like I said, the lyrics won't bother you because it's going to be in Killer Whale Ease.
No, there's Killer Whale probably moaning on this record. I need to
If
hear it.
anybody wants to
Killer
check
whales
this out,
don't moan; they go.
That's the soundtrack of Star Trek 2, The Wrath of
No,
I
that was the Final Voyage, right?
Voyager.
Okay,
There's only
I
two
found
copies of that available.
Oh, that's
found
cool.
a decent copy of Blackbird for $5.
Oh,
That's
sounds
awesome. I
great
need a
price.
copy of that.
Yeah, I need that.
Let's just keep moving. This is really cool. I think I showed you guys this.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's awesome.
Oh, yeah, that was
And this
awesome.
is I think this was $12. It's not expensive.
All the beehive stuff is
Is
like
he smoking
really.
Check out
Benjamin
the
Hedges?
lineup. Ronnie Matthews on piano, of course. Frank Foster on tenor. Ray Drummond on bass. Al Foster on drums. And Azadine Weston on percussion. He's on a lot of stuff. It's really good. It's, I guess, it's in the post-bop spiritual, but it's more of a post-bop. It's really good.
Yeah, I need to
What's
get that one.
the
Mike,
how's the percussion? Whenever I see percussion, I'm always interested to know how that's going to be integrated. Like if it's congas or something else.
Okay, real quick, not jazz, but
Does that answer your question?
this is my favorite Taj Mahal. It was $5. Okay, I'm moving.
God
Oh,
damn.
Mike asked a question of you.
I feel like a
It's
spry
fine.
young lad with the records I show.
Brandon's in the fucking zone right now.
Yeah,
Okay, so let's see if I can do his. I'm going to try to do his name justice. Paulinho da Costa. Did
I
do
have that. Yeah.
Oh, where's Felipe?
Good.
Oh, Felipe left.
You know what? I've
He's
asked
probably
Felipe.
yelling at us in the chat.
Hold on, Brandon. I bought that record, and Felipe said it's okay.
Wow.
I don't recall him being fanatical about that one.
Felipe says
I
he's
enjoy
tired.
it.
He's going to bed.
We'll keep moving. I'll get to the good stuff. Okay, this was another bargain record.
Oh yes.
Oh, is that a single? I thought that was a single, like a 45 single.
No, it's almost like an EP.
Yeah, I have.
Rob
I
won't
have
like
that
it.
for Analog October's supposed to be coming to LA. I found a copy of that for him.
It has singing, so Rob's not gonna like it, but I like it for what it is.
I have that, but I'm giving it as a VCLT.
Okay.
You're making him fly across the world to get the VCLT?
All right, I'm
He's
down to
coming-
the last two. Okay.
He's coming to LA, man. I don't have to go to England.
Down to the last two. And the Japanese stuff is coming. The Japanese stuff's gonna be next week.
Oh, cool.
Okay, so
Are there about
this
50
is
of
awesome.
those? Oh,
that's cool.
I've been looking for that record.
This is totally awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the group. Jackie McLean, obviously. Billy Skinner on trumpet. Renee McLean on tenor, alto, and soprano. Billy Galt on piano. James Fish Benjamin on bass. I don't know who he is. And then Michael Carvin on drums.
You don't know James Fish Benjamin? Come on, man.
Yeah, I think he was on the White Shadow.
There he is.
Yeah.
He's the one with the turtleneck. See him?
Oh, nice.
Oh, look at the bow tie. He got a bow tie.
Who's got a
Bottom,
bow tie?
bottom right.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
I don't know who that must be. That must be Billy Galt. No? What happened?
New bit.
All right.
Cool deal.
Last but not least.
All right, last one. Here we go.
All right. So this is awesome.
Ooh.
This is ridiculously good.
That looks cool.
And a friend had a mint copy. I think this is not my favorite Tolliver, but my favorite live Tolliver now. He just goes off. It's like, I guess I would call it's like. All right, let me see the comments.
Brandon, they're asking if you could start over. They forgot what you showed.
We're just gonna put it on a continuous loop.
He's asking where Jose is.
You know what? I think you brought the $2 bin from your friend's record store and you're just showing them to sell.
Okay, so I was also a friend of mine lent me a bunch of stuff, but I'm not going to show it.
Show it later. You don't show it all.
Okay, so Tolliver trumpet, obviously. Stanley Cowell, my favorite, on piano. Clint Houston on bass, and Clifford Barbaro on drums. This is like, this is awesome. They are just letting it all go.
Somebody's
I don't
asking.
know. It's like they're playing so hard. It's like I'm not sure if they can breathe when they're done. It's just a full-on.
I almost bought that record. The criticism of the record is that the live recording like isn't like super like well recorded, but I felt like I streamed it. It sounded fine.
It's okay. It's not fantastic, but the music kind of, trumps the recording.
Any Tolliver is good Tolliver.
Yeah, like I said, this is now my favorite, and I have like all the music. I have all the music, all the other Strata East ones, and this one kind of blows it away.
He's like a genius.
So that's it, all done.
So somebody was asking, where was it? I heard Les McCann pass. Can we go through his whole discography?
We did.
Okay. That's sarcasm. He was being sarcastic.
Yeah, I know.
Don't go
all right,
back
folks. All right, hold on. So we are gonna shift the conversation because I did want to get people's opinions on all these reissues. So there's a bunch of announcements on reissues. There's been a bunch of announcements on new releases too, but just to focus things, I wanted to quickly show, or not quickly.
Let's go through the contemporaries, man.
Now, Brandon, Rob, and myself, we did a live stream 2 days ago, I think, and we touched on a lot of this stuff, but I know everybody has opinions. So I just wanted to throw this out there, see if anybody has like negative, positive, like how you guys feel about all these titles being announced, and if there's anything that really stands out that you guys want.
Can we go through each one of them in detail?
We could. You want to do that?
As well, yeah.
Or you could take a time machine back to when we did the live.
Well, let's start. Do you guys?
We'll do it, and then we can make a snippet of it and still get more views than you did. Oh,
actually, yeah. Well, look, we can do the Ornat Coleman now because
did Chris just whip out his wiener and try to show it bigger than mine.
Right. What was it's?
You need to clean anything up, Chris. I have paper towels.
Okay. So here. This is going to be part of the Rhino High Fidelity series. I've only heard good things about this series. Mike, I know you got the Coltrane and maybe the Herbie Hancock. There was a few of them that were released. What do we, for people who have them, what do you think of this series? Is it like all the other audiophile stuff? Mike, you're muted. Mike.
Yeah, my dog was building a nest over there. The only one I have is the Coltrane, which it's fine, but well, you can't find it anymore. But I had the Bernie Grunman from what I don't know, it was 2012 or whatever. 2010. And there's no, I mean, there's no discernible difference to me. But
you're talking about Olay.
No,
a Coltrane sound.
Yeah.
No, Joe Rhino did like 5 reissues in 2010 of jazz records. Most of them were Coltrane's. They're very good. The covers were excellent, like hard cardboard. So and I don't know why they didn't do anything similar since then.
Yeah. But you can't now. That Bernie Grumman, last time I checked, is basically the same price as the Coltrane sound. So it's. But I'm interested in this. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get it because I actually only have the CD of this. So
you ordered this one, didn't you, Rob?
I ordered both. Okay, because I'm very skeptical of this whole Rhino thing. Mm-hmm. So I ordered the television because I have like the 2012 Rhino, which sounds excellent. So just to be outside of jazz, because I found an OG mono of that, which sounds excellent. Mm-hmm. So I'll know it comes tomorrow. So I guess they're shipping out of LA. It's taking like 2 days to get to me. Mm-hmm. So I'll let you know how that compares. but I'm feeling like it might sound similar based on what Mike just said.
Are they slated to do Olay in the High Fidelity series? I'm confused.
No, that's in the. Well, actually, yes, they are.
Yeah,
yes,
they are, right?
Yeah, they are.
No, I thought that wasn't that part of the 75th anniversary?
Swore
right.
I saw that.
I swore it was also.
I'm confused.
I swore it was also in the High Fidelity series.
Yeah, I heard the same.
Well,
thing.
they haven't announced anything else. You know, these are the latest two. I mean, I think they leaked the next 2 months, but I don't think that. Rob, where you should know this. Where's that Olay coming out on?
I don't.
Definitely.
All I know is I thought they were doing. Wasn't Chad doing one?
He's doing a 4. He's. Oh yeah, you might be right, Joe.
They are.
So both.
It is.
But then they did for start. Then they did the Start Your Ear Off right.
Right, which I have, and
which is
excellent.
Yeah, but Joe, that version is from the 2017 mono box, which was digital. I've had that one. I have that one. Sounds great.
Yeah. Now here's the scandal, is that somebody was asking, is the Olay going to be mono or stereo? That ORG 45 is a mono, even though it has a stereo label. So I don't know what, and the rest of the ORGs, I believe, were stereo. So for whatever reason, for that one, they selected mono, which just seems like a odd decision. I don't know if that was
they chopped the song in half too.
Yeah, and they chopped the song in half. But like, I feel like listening to a mono stereo, totally different experiences. But I think generally the stereo is probably the preferred version.
I don't know. This one's the mono with the mono labels.
Yeah.
What is
the 45
2017 one?
Yeah, they put out 2 different versions of it for some reason, and I happen to have this one with the mono labels. I don't know. It's weird. But I don't like it because they split the song in half. I mean, they did a decent job of where they split it in half, but it's still, kind of stupid. So I'll be excited to get the
stereo label.
Yeah.
Which version is that? Is that the ORG?
This is ORG as well,
yeah. Can you highlight Nicole's comment? Was that announced on Westman's?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Right, so it's coming out Rhino Hi-Fi and 75th series in the same year.
You know what? They're going to kill each other.
This is a 70s reissue, and it was when I was buying all those George Piros ones. Yeah, this is George Piros pressing, and it's stereo. It doesn't have the stereo. I don't know if this ever had the stereo, like how Atlantic had that cool stereo stamp on it, but it is a stereo. And my friend, was it this? Yeah, I think my friend gave me the mono OG, and
your friend gave you mono.
He gave me mono, and yeah, I forgot I had that. So I don't know. I have 2 copies, so I probably won't get this other one.
It said stereo over here. This is the original.
Okay.
Nice. All right, what's next up on the block?
Okay. All right. So
who's going to buy that one? I guess.
Now, hold on. I think that was a good pick. I was pretty happy to see it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What do you guys think? Good pick?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be my first one that I'm going to buy.
Shit. Here we go. Yeah. So now, Rob, you have a UK mono that I actually am really.
I have a UK mono for you, and I have a UK US, and I think that thing sounds excellent.
Yeah. So I'll probably just keep the mono just because I'll have it. But if I wasn't getting that, I would definitely be getting this. So the next one is the VMP Gary Bartz and Other Earths. Let me pull that up. This was another one I'm really excited about. I do not have this, and actually, I mean, I'm new to Gary Bartz. Like his milestone stuff is, I have none of it. I'm just kind of discovering it now. So this is, I think this is a great pick for me. Is it a great pick for you guys?
I joined to get that.
I know Felipe just recently got some milestone Gary Bartz. I think he got like 2 of them. Mm-hmm. And that's when it put it on my radar, and then I started looking into it, and then VMP announced this. So this is like $100 record. It's an expensive milestone.
I think all his milestones are kind of like $100.
Yeah, so I think this checks a few boxes. Like this is if you want to get it, it's hard to get, and it's also a cool record. It's I don't think I think VMP is off to a good start this year.
Yeah, if someone wants to get 2 of those, if they can, I'll.
No, they're off to a good start, but the album and the classics that is next is lame.
Well, not everything
What
is
is it?
jazz in the classic series.
No, I didn't say that. I said it's lame.
What is it?
Some lame record.
You don't even know.
All right.
We should report Rob to VMP so they'll stop sending him stuff. They'll like cancel his membership.
Listen, I'm gonna go down to the corner. There's a whole line that'll be set up, led by Mark Glassman. VM, follow me, please. You can get behind him.
Anybody else get this? Hang on, check this out. I got this today.
Okay.
Beep, 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 beep. So this is the one for this month. Patti LaBelle.
No, it's in the mail for me.
That looks like a really nice cover.
Yeah.
I have that 45 record, Lady Marmalade. That's about
You came with this.
Yeah.
Which is a nice little extra touch.
I made up my own lyrics to that song.
yeah.
Dirty.
Didn't everybody?
Yes. Itch it, scratch it.
So you're joining back to VMP, Mike, to get this one, right?
No,
Sorry,
that's Rob that's doing that.
No, the other Mike.
Oh,
What are we doing?
Didn't you say you're going to join VMP to get this record?
Yeah, I definitely want to get this. This is I forgot to mention this. We did the jazz vinyl tag, and one of the questions is what reissue are you excited for? And I blanked on this. I would have mentioned this definitely. So this has Tolliver, Pharoah Sanders, Stanley Cowell, Reggie Workman, Freddie Waits with Gary Bartz on alto. Joe, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I'm excited for it. These were 2 that they reissued fairly recently.
Ooh,
okay. That was a Jazz Dispensary VMP reissue that was really good. A little bit more funky than his Milestone stuff, and then this one was reissued by Jazz Dispensary too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I picked that one up.
Yeah, that one.
I need to get that.
I was actually hoping that this new one was Jazz Dispensary as well.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize Jazz Dispensary did those. Are those still available?
Don't think so.
Well, they came out like in 2019, I think.
This was a VMP Jazz Dispensary.
Yeah,
kind of
VMP
co-op.
jazz.
Oh, wow.
They haven't really done those again.
Didn't they do like a set of 4 of those or something?
Yeah, 4 Prestige. Yeah,
that
and
one
this
might.
This one was a craft.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that might still be available.
Cool. Yeah,
Check
check
it
it
out.
Joe Henderson on Milestone kind of come and go out of print.
Hey,
Yeah.
can I show something that Record Safari just posted they have for tomorrow?
Go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you already have it and you want people to
No,
go?
I don't have it, and I don't think I can afford this.
Are you
Okay.
putting in a private chat?
No, I'm sharing the screen.
Oh,
Because
okay.
I'm not going to race there to get this.
Well, show it.
Sure.
Am I up there?
There you
There
go.
we go.
They just posted this record.
For how much?
wow.
For how much?
I've heard of them.
They don't post the price, but look what it is here.
Yeah.
So they
kinda
see
got
that they got it up there for over $200.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. But that Sam Records that just came out,
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's the live version.
2/3 of that Sam Records is this record. So
Here, let me share I thought I was sharing their post. Let me just share.
if you want to get the live Sam Records, that's the Heath Brothers. You're getting a lot, you're getting 50% of the album Marching On.
There it is, right
Okay.
there. So it's out tomorrow at 10 a.m. I'll
Nice,
probably
you should
go
have
there
done
and
it.
drop in a bunch of jazz. But I if that's $250, I'm not buying that.
Well, how do you think? But they price pretty competitively.
No, they price well, but if it's a hard to get record, like I don't know what condition it is. They're not saying.
Mhm.
So if it's better than VG Plus, they could put it up there for $300.
Yeah, I have a dumb Gary Bartz question. What is the NT? Is NTU? Is that the name of his group?
Yeah.
Mhm.
But I don't know what it stands for. Does anybody know?
Is it just NTU? Is that what the idea? It's
It
like
might
a
just,
play
or
on.
does it stand for anything?
Is it in
does. It does, but I'm trying. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Anyway, here's the Heath brothers. If anybody wants to see it.
Yeah. And what is that? That's an OG.
I don't.
This is an OG. Back when it was like $70.
I don't think
it was still expensive, but not $250.
Let's see.
NTU is an acronym. I think it's like from.
It's a Bantu word for you.
Hold on.
Yeah, but see, that's why I get confused. That NTU is supposed to be unity, but then, then there's the whole word like, what is it, Ubuntu, which is unity. So I was like, where did Gary Bartz come up with NTU?
Oh, it's unity in all things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's cool.
Sweet.
I dig it. All right, so yeah, I mean, I'm going to try to get this. Hopefully, I think I should be able to. But I'll have to sign up.
We're gonna prevent that.
On interest.
Okay, what else do we got?
Those are cool.
Okay, then we have two. These are both jazz dispensaries. So let's pull that up.
Also, just say that Heath brothers. Albert Heath plays flute. Also, Tafadali and Maimoon.
Albert plays flute.
Doesn't Albert play drums?
Oh, I'm sorry. Jimmy plays flute. Albert plays drums.
That's cool.
When you can't get your Heath brothers straight, what can you do?
Oh, wait. They mix it up really weird on this record.
What's Albert's nickname?
Tootie.
Or maybe he's a flute player too. Maybe he's playing flute.
It's the Heath brothers plus Stanley Cowell is what this record is.
Nobody booted Joe. This is not a rumor we're going to start.
No, Albert Heath plays drums. He plays lead flute. He plays Tafadali and Maimoon. Jimmy plays flute, tenor, and soprano. So there's a lot of, and there's points where, Stanley Cowell he plays thumb piano and piano. But there's points where they're all just playing percussion too. It's a really cool album. So I'm not crazy. I'm crazy, but I'm not crazy.
Crazy, but not crazy.
Tell the person who showed 50 records about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
All right, fools. Let's keep going. We have Johnny Lytle. I don't have any John.
Yeah, I streamed this. It wasn't anything that connected with on the first listen.
Heard him.
Okay, all right. This is.
I've had some of his records. He's a vibes player.
Yeah. That's
okay. Right. Much sought after soul jazz gem. People in Love. Cool. So this is coming out when? Did they say? Is this like February?
Aren't they both coming out together? Or?
I think the Joe Henderson's coming out a little later.
Yeah, I think so too.
So anyway, so we have Johnny Lytle. Does it have the lineup on it? I wish they just bullet pointed stuff. Come on.
They do if you go to the actual they give you all the stuff here, man.
All right. Well,
here to pre-order.
I'm sorry. I'm probably getting everybody dizzy. I don't think I'm going to get this.
Yeah.
You don't get anything though.
By the way, Chris's tutorial on how to use the internet.
I get it.
That to get a reissue. You have to get yelled at.
I get what I want, and you guys know this is not my.
That's your bag for sure.
Asbon Mike is a man alone.
Yeah.
This is like the last thing I'm gonna buy.
Oh.
Look.
All right.
What's next?
You know what? 2 weeks after everyone's raving about this record, Jazzbum Mike will buy it.
Yeah.
Then we'll make a T-shirt and sell it to someone about it. It's a repeatable process.
All right, that's fair.
This is.
And then we got the big guns. I was streaming this the past couple of days. It's very good. Joe Henderson, Power to the People with Herbie Hancock, Jack DeJohnette, Ron Carter, and Mike Lawrence. Milestone Joe Henderson. So anyway, is there anything to be said? I mean, what hasn't been said?
Price is
everybody-
Right.
It's one of his killer milestones of like the 7 killer ones.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
gonna get it because I don't feel my copy sounds that great. So I'm getting it.
Yeah, after you said that, I listened to mine and it sounds great. So I don't know if your copy is
Yeah,
just
but you proved the point where you have the orange
I have the
milestone.
orange label, which is
Right. And
2 years later.
I had 2 copies of Live at the Lighthouse, and I felt the orange one sounded better, and I kept that one.
Okay.
Yes, but I definitely think then you should sell your copy because they're getting crazy money.
Well, I just looked up. My copy doesn't really go for more than $85.
What?
I looked
That's
it
not
up.
possible.
I
told you a friend of mine just sold the first pressing for
Then he found some sort of rube.
Well, hold on, guys. You guys are talking about this record, right? This
Yeah.
is the
So I have
So
the
the first
1969.
okay, that's the first pressing. Now there is, and I've said this multiple times, so sorry if I'm repeating myself. For other Joe Henderson and other Milestone, there is an earlier label than this. There's a blue label that looks really cool. Obviously, that's not the case here. The first pressing is what they're using for the reissue. That's 69. And then in 70, okay, that's not the US. Hold on. In 71, they're still using it. When do they switch? So 72 is when they first start the orange label.
Yeah, that's the one I have.
Okay, so that's the third press. Now let's
So what do
see
you
they're-
have, Rob?
So it's still pretty good money. I mean,
I have the OG. I have that OG yellow label, not the blue one.
And it's still someone wrote on it, it says for sale for $2.50. $2.50.
Show us, Brandon.
$2.50.
That makes it sound better.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it says it on the front too. I think it's a garage sale. This was
If
a garage
anyone
sale
wants to
sign.
give me $250 for my copy, it's yours.
I'm sure someone will actually.
So there's 3 copies available in the United States. There's 2 VGs and 1 VG plus, and they're in the 120 to 175.
I would call my
range.
copy VG. There is noise on it, but it sounds
Okay.
it doesn't hamper the sound.
But this doesn't say it's a reissue. All these look like they are first pressings. Yeah. So anyway, that's a really exciting one.
Well, there's gonna be a $40 reissue, right?
Yep.
$30.
$30 reissue, which sounds like
That's like
steal.
insane.
I'm gonna get one.
I am too.
Buy one for your friends.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I
$30.
don't have any friends.
$30 is.
Well,
That's a
who's
great
the guy
price
handing you records off screen?
Yeah.
It sold close to
I wish I
600
had-
on
I wish I
Jazz
had
Record
a-
Center auction last month. Look at that. That's crazy.
Wait, what did?
I guess power to the people. Billy, let us
Hey,
know.
can they sell my copy for that much, please?
Yeah, but you only get $25 back. So
Where does Jazz Record Center do their auctions? Are they eBay auctions or are they doing them on a?
They
why
do
not?
eBay auctions.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Charlie sold his for 500 like
Damn.
3 weeks ago. So
What condition was his?
I'm sure it was almost mint.
Yeah, mine's not almost mint.
Okay, let's keep moving. So we spoke about the Sonny Rollins special tone poet. Any other thoughts on that?
Well, we don't know any more than we knew before, right?
Right.
We're
I mean, it'll
still
be a box.
speculating on whether it's going to be like a trifold, right?
It's not. They're not doing a trifold.
Well, I
No
mean,
way.
let's use some common sense. Is Blue Note going to make a 4 LP set, or are they going to make a 3? How well? The only last one I know is that West Montgomery came out as 3 LPs. Is that something that these big guys really want?
Seems like 3 would be what you. I mean, 3 is probably how the amount of stuff would fit on 3, right?
Mhm.
At 33
I think
RPM, 3 records would do it.
Well, no, because between what the Blue Note reissue series from the 70s is 2, and the original are 2 records, so it's 4. And if they
No,
have
the original's
other
1
stuff-
record. Oh, volume 1 and 2. Okay, you're
Yeah.
right. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. I
We'll
mean,
see,
I think the announcement might even come this coming week. So,
did volume 2 of the Village Vanguard, was that like first a Japanese only? Was that?
Yeah, there was only one like 1580 whatever it is release on the official thing.
Yeah, there's only one live at the Village Vanguard. It's the red cover, but the volume 2 was Japanese only, right? And none of the stuff that's on the twofer that is on that Japanese.
I don't know if that's right. Because there's
That
a,
would
there's,
make
a,
it 4
there's, a
records.
there's a volume 3 Japanese too.
You know, we're really getting somewhere with this conversation. Can we move on to the records?
Well, I think it's interesting. All right.
I'm not lying about that. I'm not lying about that.
Who made this little collage? Because you're missing some of the good records.
What?
Huh?
What do you mean I miss? What records am I missing? The Helen Humes?
No.
I know you want that one.
That's fair.
Come on.
What am I missing?
Someone else speak up for Helen Humes.
I'm not tolerating any Helen Humes slander here.
I had to remove one to fit the Village Vanguard.
Can you do one of your patent yelling at my Jasmine Mike again, please?
I got to make decisions. Okay. All right.
Let's look at the contemporaries.
All right. So
Humes got the hook.
All right. Yeah. How best to do this?
Acousticsounds.com, probably.
Yeah, but that site doesn't look good on screen.
It's fine.
Put your suggestion in the chat memo box.
Oh, here, let's go. Like they're just
open one of them. It's fine.
Okay. So they're not in order of release too, so that sucks.
Okay.
They would be if you did it right, but I don't know. It's weird.
No, there is no way to do it. We did
Where's
this on
the filters? Where's the filters to only show the pre-order stuff?
How about scroll by the ones you don't want to talk about?
There they are.
Well, I clicked on their advertisement, so
that's fine.
All
right.
Click the little pre-order box right there. Oh god.
All right. Pre-order. We got Chatty Cakes.
Yep.
Do you want to zoom in?
There okay, it's still not in order, but whatever. So you got Sonny Rollins coming out.
Well, just get that box.
This is like the most reissued jazz record outside of
kind of is
Love Supreme and Kind of
Come
Blue.
on, it's not.
Yeah.
Listen,
It's
I will not.
They literally just reissued it 6 months ago, Brandon.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of issues of this. Chad has done this like multiple times.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, he has nothing to do with the box, so
true.
I'm not.
I'm just saying, what else is there to say?
They're probably using the same exact plates from the box to press that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Analog Productions is using all the same plates from 2015.
Get that Shelly Man, but they're stupid for not doing the other four. They
probably will at some point. Let's look at it.
I understand, but forget about a box. Wouldn't it have been cool if they dropped all 4 at once?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they would have done a box. If they would just do a box then. They wouldn't do them.
Yeah, they've been done twice. Can we look at the Chili Man? Or are we just going to stare at these 4?
I know. We're at Art Pepper. Go to CJ's comment.
You got it, Chris.
And I'd say 2 out of the 3: Smack Up and Intensity.
Yeah,
and I have all of them. The best one out of all of them is Intensity. That's the one I think you should get if you're not sure. That Intensity is really good.
I like Smack Up a lot.
And then actually, getting it together is basically meets the rhythm section part 2.
Who said they're going to do them? Chad, Joe?
Chad said that if he gets the chance, he's going to do more of them.
Okay, cool.
So, yeah.
There you go. Mr. Brown,
can you click into the
where did he say? Here.
Listen,
yeah.
Do you understand that today is the Agree with Rob Day? Everyone's shouting me out. Everyone's agreeing with me. The world is my oyster.
Yeah.
And things will quickly change.
I wake up in a pool of my own blood.
Yay. Rob for Emperor.
Yeah, it's going to turn back into a
your heads.
It's going to
Tomorrow
turn
you will
back
be
into
the most hated man on the internet again.
That's true.
Yeah. The
well,
carriage
actually today.
turns back into a pumpkin in an hour and a half.
Yeah. If you click into it, does it show the album cover bigger than 1 by 1 inch?
No.
No? Oh yeah, you're right.
Of course
Oh,
it
there
does.
is.
Come on, man.
Hey, well,
just
wait. This is
scrolling
one
through
thing we
shit.
didn't know.
What?
They're using those nice labels. They're keeping it accurate.
Gold,
Oh, that's
silver, and black.
What, the original stereos?
Yeah, I mean, look, the OJCs didn't do that, right? Am I wrong?
No, it's true.
They probably just did the yellow, right?
Yeah, that's the
Yeah, I
iconic
think
color.
all of those are yellow. Yeah, the original stereo black or the forest green are really sexy.
I picked up a lot of girls with those.
Mhm. Deep
There we
groove,
go.
deep green.
Okay. Good job. Good job. All right.
Does it
So-
doesn't say who's on that with him?
Where do we want to go next? Chris, you drive.
No,
and just
the
let me know where to go.
Harold Land is the third one coming out, I think, right?
Nice.
In April. That
Okay.
comes out in April.
Okay.
And
Yeah, that'd be cool.
okay, so they're doing that other green label there, Brandon.
Oh, nice.
I like those
You
two.
reading
I like
gold?
the green, the black, and the dark green.
Yeah.
I just picked up a 70s reissue of this, and
Listen, Paul, I said I didn't see it. It's my malfunction as a human being. I admit it. I'm flawed. But do I
is
not?
that a reissue
Do I not
cover?
love?
All right, who
that?
cares? Is it? Chris is
Well,
saying this is
no.
a reissue cover.
Yeah, but
well,
that's
this is the
because
contemporary.
the
This
original is on
contemporary.
high.
Yeah, they probably don't own the artwork, right?
Jazz Hi-Fi.
That's fair. Yeah. Okay.
It's on a different label.
But this any Harold Land is a
Yeah.
good Harold Land.
Right.
I agree.
And Debris Bolton.
I love me some Harold Land.
Debris Bolton makes this special too.
Oh yeah.
So that's
Yeah,
cool.
I'll be getting that one for sure.
Yeah. We
What
have
about
another.
this one? What about the?
Art
Yeah.
Pepper?
What about this one?
Yeah, and
So this
I
is
don't,
this is Wynton Kelly, Paul Chambers, Jimmy Cobb, Conti
Yeah.
Condoli. So this isn't exact. This
Hello?
isn't.
No, it's not. It's
Yeah, okay.
got some extra.
no, but it's sort of like the meets the rhythm section part. Look how he never smiles. Look how smiley he is. He's happy.
Yeah.
That's a
He
rough
just did a big old
smile.
shot of heroin before he took the picture.
That was right. That was the day before he was sentenced to 80 years in prison.
His
Yeah,
dealer's
exactly.
behind the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He's there like dangling a bag at him. You're like, hey, smile for the camera. All right.
Hey,
Come on, buddy.
hey, Uncle Heroin's here.
Yeah.
You guys are pricks.
What do you guys think of the covers that Acoustic Sounds does for them? I mean, I guess this isn't.
Well, wasn't
they're
there a
scouting,
big
but in terms of the photo, I always notice
That looks good.
the contrast on their photography. It always seems like it's a little like the I don't know what it'd be called, but it's like if it's red, it's a little redder. Like they
It depends
don't.
on which. Yeah, it depends on which one you're talking about. That one was a disaster.
the
Depends on
stereo
the
one
cover.
was a disaster, right?
Which
The
one?
stereo one was a disaster.
Meets the rhythm section stereo.
I don't
there was
want
a-
to
That
go
was a
off
disaster.
on their covers.
Yeah.
But generally, I noticed that they're. I mean, you know, I guess it's hard to do. They do.
They
their
don't
best,
have the
but-
original artwork, so they're scanning a really nice cover. And
But the
they're-
colors, they're always like saturated, like more saturated, like significantly
Are you
more
just trying to
saturated.
make Brandon talk about this for an hour?
I'm not gonna. Yeah, it's the printing process, Mike. It's inferior.
Yeah.
That's all it
What?
is.
Fountain's printing process is inferior? They don't use
No
dot-
excuses.
Hold on 1 second. Oh.
They don't use inkjet, Brandon.
No, but they're not using chemical printing either. I mean, they don't have a really. The thing is, I'm just gonna have to deal with it because high quality printing is going away. It's just gonna
That's
happen.
fair.
It's just gonna
Well,
happen.
why don't we bring it back? Bring it back.
I don't know why. I mean, because I think Music Matters was the last one that, and some of the early Tone Poet, that was like the last really great printing of reissues that people were doing, and it's because they had the original artwork too, and they were doing chemical printing. But
what is
I
so
think
like?
it's just going to happen. We're just going to have to deal with it.
You know this the process.
I'm going to have to deal with it because I'm the one with the
Hey,
problem.
can
What-
can
what
I
is the
say
difference-
something to Spectrum Archives?
Wait, hold on.
That was
What-
funny.
What's the different? Like, where's the quality break in the two different processes?
Well, chemical printing is more expensive, and it's what people were doing and there's still, I guess there's still
what does
maybe
that mean?
RTI does some of it.
I don't know what that means.
Does it?
It's
like
just
an actual printing press with ink, right?
It's not inkjet.
Yeah.
It's a a lot of the modern ones are just doing inkjet.
Okay.
Which be careful, because if you try to clean off a label with alcohol, you're gonna rub off all your ink. So just be careful when you're cleaning.
Just bring up Roberto's comment.
Yeah, it's called Straight Life.
It's a must. It's a must read book. If you have any worthy collection of jazz by
Roberto, do you know how to read?
That's fair. Isn't he a doctor? I was just
saying
that hasn't stopped people from doctoring.
Nobody can read his writing, probably, but
I'm going to download the audio.
Also, there's
audiobook. Is there an audiobook version of it?
If there is, I'm going to listen to it at 1.2 times speed.
I don't think
there's also
I'm Art Pepper. This is my book.
Hey, I'm Art Pepper.
There's another book that's a companion to that, because it was written. Laurie Pepper basically put the whole thing together, and then after Art died, she put out another book called, I think I Married a Junkie Jazz Man or whatever.
Jeez,
despite the title, it's very good.
Neither one of them are on Audible, unfortunately.
Yeah,
I think that I will say that the inners of the Tone Poet, I should have shown that, look really good.
So they reproduce the inners?
The Elvin Jones, the photos inside look amazing. So they did a really good job.
All right. All right, let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. Brandon, if you
find it, I don't know where to put it.
Yeah. So we got this Ben Webster at the Resin.
So I got a copy of this, and I remember it's not a great recording of it. Am I right, Mike, or am I wrong?
Parts are not that great, but I'm interested in what they can do with I've never heard a remastered version. Like, I have the original 85 version here.
Yeah.
But then, I think AP did at least two, I think, of this, a 45, and there may be another. So, I mean, I want to hear the whole, the audio file version of this, because I love this album. I think Jimmy Rolls is is a fantastic pianist. He's like the epitome of the pianist as accompanist. And then you have Red Mitchell on here also, Jim Hall, Frank Butler. I'm gonna buy it. I'm definitely buying it, because I would love to hear a better sounding version.
Yeah, but that original does not sound that great.
Okay.
The one that's
I won't bitch and moan too much, but they did a great job on the inside of this. This looks like chemical printing to me. It's really beautiful. So that's nice. This record, this Ellis Marsalis and Jason Marsalis is printed incredibly well. The audio is really good. There's beautiful printing, but this record's $65.
Yeah, Newell does some really good stuff.
So I think what's happening is, if we want to get like really high quality printing, I think it's just companies are going to charge more.
Yeah.
The Tone Poets are 40.
Is that a more like laborious, costly process? Is it fair to charge more?
Yeah, and I think it's just because it is more expensive, and it's not that much more expensive, but I think it's just kind of, I think everyone's just concentrating on the audio, and that's kind of how it's always been. The audio is number one, and I think the printing process is just kind of going to become a little bit less important, because it's just going to be way easier to just do a cheaper printing process, which is kind of what we're seeing. And I don't think the cost is that much more, but then when you get really high quality stuff like this, it's a $65 pressing.
I want the reissue series to tell me the process that they're using for the printing.
Well,
I want to know. I want to know if it's AAA, and I want to know if it's.
I think the credits on if you go back to the Chad site, the credits are by Don Kinko.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if Mike,
you have to be of a certain vintage to understand that.
Yeah,
they're still around. FedEx.
Are they still around?
Yes.
Kinkos?
I think they were bought out.
Yeah, I think so.
Off Kinko's name.
I think so. All right. So where else we going? Okay, so all right. I assume most of us are probably going to be interested and probably get this one. I feel like this one's.
I mean, so for me on this one, I'm going to wait till Mike gets it and then hear what the sound difference is, and I'll get a $10.
Here's my prediction when Mike gets it. Damn.
Yeah. Me too. I'm curious to hear the reviews on this one.
Yeah, but it actually does. They did say in the announcement that Stoughton is pressing all the jackets for that series, Chris.
Yeah.
When I get it, if it's really good, then someone can have my 1985 copy.
Mm-hmm. That next record's really good. I have that. I have an OG of that.
Yeah, I mean, I have this already, so
me too. I'll probably just keep the one I have.
It should be like a top 3 priority out of this list. But I already have it, so it's not a priority.
That's great.
Listen, Don Kinko is not a dad joke. I'm sorry.
Oh, dad joke.
Ronnie. It is. Yes, it is.
I mean, this is a great record, though. I mean, this is better than I will say that this version of the series is way better than the one last year.
Right?
Yeah.
Chris, would you call this maybe like your top 20 of jazz records or no?
No. Fuck no.
No.
No. I don't need to listen to it again.
I might. I mean, put it in top 50.
That's fair. I like a lot of the Hampton House Trio stuff better, though. I mean, I just do. I
gotta pull this out and listen to it again. I haven't listened to it in a while.
I'll tell you, Joe, the only way to recreate that shirt you're wearing is by getting Don Kinko to print it.
Just buy them all. I'm past the just buy them all phase now, Nicole. I can't do it anymore.
Now this is a must buy.
Of course. This is going to be amazing.
That's the one. That's the only one I'm getting because I have a wrist.
Yeah, I want that for sure.
Yeah. Props
Felipe
to Chad.
says that's in his top 37. The other one's in his top 37 jazz records.
Out of all I rank my jazz. So as new records come in, I rank it.
You re-rank your whole collection.
Everything changes. Do you have a computer program for that?
Every record in this house is ranked.
Damn, dude, that'd be an interesting way to sort your collection.
Yeah,
it's impossible. That's why I was joking around with Brandon because Brandon's like, "This is a top 10." In our
here's a good thing.
And I was like, "How could you pick 10? Like, it's just impossible."
Well, there's 100 records in your top 10. That's the secret.
Yeah, exactly.
That I could pick top 10 because I have enough time on my hands to let my brain do that crap.
Yeah,
but then every day it changes.
It doesn't change every day, but it probably changes every week.
It definitely changes every week.
It's going to be hard for Chad to mess that one up. It's a really well recorded record.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with Grails. With Grails, like I have records I really want, but there's just so many that I feel like there's not like a single one that I like fixate on.
Yeah, every record you buy you fixate on and then you tell us about it for
yeah, but if it wasn't that record, it would just be another record. It's not like there's just so much.
That's true.
That it's just like for me, like if someone said like do like a top 10 jazz record thing, that would be really hard for me to do. Somebody said do a top 10 jazz for somebody getting into jazz. That's different. That helps kind of focus it, but top 10 is like impossible.
I would just grab 10 records I really like. It's fine.
Would you be able to do
great records I like right now?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Would you be able to do what Lastman did? And like narrow it down to 500 records or something.
I was talking to Felipe about that. I said that like that is almost like I don't know if I'll ever do that, but that is like a way to collect and like a goal to be able to. I feel like get so much of the old stuff, know what you like, keep that, purge the rest, and then just go on collecting. I feel like that's what Mark does. But that's obviously one way to collect. Another way to collect is to get everything and just keep
he's eliminated a giant swath of jazz that he doesn't listen to anymore too, though.
Right. But the reason why I like that is because for me it feels more manageable, like physically manageable. But I don't know if I'd want to get rid of any of my records.
I want to get rid of
at least not right now. That's why I don't auction anything. I don't want to.
There's definitely regrets that happen when you get rid of certain things.
True.
Yeah.
But
are we going back to the list? Or are we done?
No, we're not done. We're going to the list. We're not done.
All right, so the Prince Lachey, that's a home run.
Yeah.
Good pick. I just got it for a price that is more than $30, and it's a rainbow pressing. So I wish I knew this was coming out because I would just wait. But that rainbow pressing does sound really good. So I'll probably just keep that. I'll probably just keep that and just be happy.
Then we'll make fun of you if you have an inferior pressing.
You know, I didn't get like the new OJC Bill Evans because I have the OJC, the old OJC. Like, I just feel like the thing is like when I get into these records, I experience them, and it's like I could go back and get a new one and go back and listen to it, which is fun. But like,
yes,
you know,
thanks, Felipe.
I'd rather take the money and get something new.
I don't believe Chad picked that record. I don't.
No, if you watch the video, it's like reminiscent of when he was bashing. When he was
Prince Lachey.
Where's the?
It's reminiscent of when he was bashing the Pharaoh Sanders.
Oh, but yeah, it's spelled.
But it probably sold so much.
Ways.
It probably sold so much that he goes, "Okay, I need to sell records."
Auction the Rainbow. Agreed.
But you can't deny that this is an incredible recording. I think that's where his mind is.
Yeah, that makes sense. Where did mine
go?
go?
Is it a really good recording? Okay.
Yes.
And cool. I feel like they listened, though. I mean, I feel like I don't know if they listened. Maybe somebody at Craft listened. Because,
I hope this makes them put out the Sonny Simmons stuff.
Yeah, cool.
Anyway, the spelling of his name varies. Like Prince Lachey on here is spelled Lasha. On this Bird's Eye record on his label, he spells it Lawsha, and I think I've seen it spelled another way as well. So
where's that Inja? Do you have the Inja?
I mean, obviously, I don't think his name was Prince Lachey. I think that was just something he adopted. So I think it just varies based on.
That one's really good. I have that.
His real name is Don Kinko.
Don Kinko.
Here you go. Here's a Lachey.
Okay, how does he spell on it there? Okay,
his actual name is William B. Lashaw.
Yeah, so that's okay, and then he, in some cases, spelled it like that.
Right. Yeah, but there's a
right here. This is the phonetic version.
Fort Worth. Oh, sweet.
Yeah,
so this is
like a WKD website that has the pronunciation of it.
Look! This is amazing. Hang on, he went to I Am Terrell as well, just like Ornette and all these other guys. That's like 2 miles from my house. That's fucking sweet.
Oh,
love it.
That is cool. Very nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's funny. That high school was very rough. And they closed it down about 30 years ago, but they just added a giant wing to it and reopened it as a performing arts and STEM school. It's really cool.
Hey, you're no Prince Lachey, Jazz Bum Chris.
Whatever, dude. Now I'm gonna have to stream this one because I've been, I don't know, man. I've been a little disappointed in a couple of the Howard McGee records I got. That just weren't my thing.
I'm not a Howard McGee guy, but I'm gonna stream this.
Yeah, I'll stream it.
Does anybody have this? Look at
I have it.
I have it.
Yeah,
I have a Sonic. I have a 70. Look
like
at this
Howard
line.
McGee though. I'm a Howard McGee fan, so
yeah.
Look at that lineup.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's a great lineup.
Okay, that is a great lineup. It's true.
Yes.
Right, and these are
I didn't like the Dusty Blue one very much. It's kind of boring.
But also, like Howard McGee's one of like the older players, right? And I feel like Phineas Newborn is of that. Like this is my own kind of assumption, but I think he's like of the same era. And Leroy Vinegar and Shelly Manne, they're kind of old school too. So I feel like this is like a good, solid, like I don't know, group that came up together. I don't know if they came up, they actually did, but I think in the same time period.
Yeah, I
Let me know
like
if that's wrong.
a lot, but I've had that recording is never been. It's pretty mixed as far as the quality of the recording. Half of the tracks sound good, half of the tracks don't, and that's doesn't matter if it's original British or original American.
Well, that's
it's kind
pretty...
of a funky recording.
Nicole has a definitive answer. She saw Prince Lachey and heard Lachey. So there you go.
Cool. Boom. All right.
Yeah, but I'll stream this one because I don't know.
Yeah.
What's next?
In fairness, when I got, is Prince Lachey on Illumination? Is he on that Impulse record with like Elvin Jones?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
I remember when I got that, I was saying Lasha, and then I got abruptly reprimanded.
Here, because remember this morning
in private?
When we did the Mike Doesn't Know Tech stream this morning, I showed this comp, and for some reason, it's called Saxophone on Impulse. It's a 3 LP set, and for some reason, Illumination, they call out Sonny Simmons is on there.
Oh, right.
When he's not.
What about Sonny? Is Sonny Morgan on there too?
Boom.
Sonny Morgan.
Sonny Simmons is on that record.
He is, but not on the cover. They don't feature him on the cover.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I have 5 Sonny Morgan records in the mail right now.
Nice.
Well, he's dead. No matter how much buying you could do can bring him back. He's dead.
All right, this one I'm pretty excited about. I've seen this. I've had the chance to buy it. I think it was the price that turned me off when I think I saw it in Jazz Record Center. Excuse me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this is cool. It's got Phineas Newborn, Ray Brown, Egg Thigpen, and then Howard McGee and Teddy Edwards. I mean, they're another old school group. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like they're not going to make a bad record. This group is not going to make a bad record. I just don't believe it.
Yeah, but I mean, like the Art Pepper Plus 11 isn't a bad record. It's just boring. So
again,
stream
it.
I put that. I don't even have. I put that record in storage. I don't even keep it in my collection.
So bad, dude. I hate that record.
Hate it.
I'm gonna auction that bitch off. $15.
Mike, give it away, man. Give it away.
I don't like it, dude. It's just boring. I don't know. There's something about it I don't like.
The arrangement.
The arrangements are bad. Yeah.
Hey,
Marty Pake, whatever he's Page.
Yeah.
And I will say, I know a lot of people like that record. So who gives a shit what I think?
It's not very good, Roberto. Sorry, buddy. Okay. There's way better big band records than that one.
Oh, I got some heat I got to show tonight. I got something I want to show Rob.
Was that the whole series? Or we done?
No, we got one. I think we got one more.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
The one you left off?
Where is it? Oh yeah, the Helen Hughes.
Hey, don't start.
Hey, Jazz Bum Mike refers to her as the Tony Bennett of the Contemporary series.
I just left. I had to cut one, and it seemed like this was the one that was.
So you cut the one with the black woman on the cover.
This was just look. I had to cut one. I had to make decisions, guys, and this was it. I mean, what would you pick? What one would you pick to cut? The Howard McGee? Do we need 3 Peppers to show?
Hey, well, this one is also arranged.
I would have cut one of the Peppers.
Hey, Mike, is this one of the heavy hitters that you're going to show tonight?
Monday Morning Quarterback.
I would have cut the Ben Webster.
No way. That's an interesting one to talk about.
One of the heavy hitters that
I sold all my Ben Webster.
Don Kinko meets the rhythm section.
Ben Webster.
Don Kinko meets the rhythm section. Yeah. I'm gonna hire someone to block your access.
Don Kinko, that clown. Was he that clown that they were always singing about?
I would have left off Way Out West because it's stupid that they just refresh
it again. Let's go around. Rob, what are your top 3 of the ones shown here? And you can include the Helen Humes if you want to.
I'm definitely getting the Cry to compare it to what I have because I didn't pay a lot for it. I'm gonna get the Fox because I have an OJC that plays with noise, and I'm gonna get. I'm already getting the Gary Bartz. Is that what we have to choose from just here?
Yes, just your top 3 for here.
And considering it would be the Sonny Rollins, but we know nothing really of it, what it is. And then I want the top 13 rhythm section.
All right, Brandon, top 3.
Well, there's the only one I'm going to get is the Prince Lachey.
Okay.
Because I have most of them, but I will recommend For Real for sure. I will recommend Intensity by Art Pepper, and I'll recommend The Fox. Those would be the 3 I would recommend everyone get.
Yeah.
Okay. Mike,
and the Teddy Edwards and Howard McGee one is really good too.
Mike,
but it's just a regular hard bop record, so
yeah, that's cool though. Sometimes you need a good hard bop record.
Exactly.
Mike, top 3.
The Fox, For Real, and Prince Lachey. But I mean,
honorable mention.
Huh? Oh, gosh.
Ben Webster.
Yeah, but the Howard McGee stuff, I really want. I want to get. That's it. And I'm all for Helen Hume.
All right. Okay.
There you go.
Cool.
I wasn't trying to offend
that's
anybody.
He's got a great band on that one.
Yeah, but they should have done this one for, instead of that.
Is that on Contemporary?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
I mean, cool. I found an OG Helen Humes I sold in my last auction. And
what do you think about Dakota Staten, Mike?
The great thing about Helen Humes, let me step back, is she had access to all those contemporary artists. So usually the players on there are really good.
I'm pretty sure that with where I've been going for the last year, I think I'm going to totally go back into like vocals. It's just, it seems like a natural progression to get back.
You've been picking up some vocal stuff too recently.
Yeah, but not like traditional vocals. Like I'm getting back more into like, well, I'm going back into Nina Simone right now. So I'm in a Nina Simone phase, but I think I'm going to get back into more traditional vocals.
Well,
really holiday kind of stuff.
Hey, Brandon, actually, Vinyl Me Please is issuing a shitload of Nina Simone records.
Yeah. I'm not good. I'm not going to get a subscription. I don't care.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Okay.
Whose turn is it now?
Chris, you're up.
What? I'm picking 3?
Yeah. And one
actually, hey, Mike, you messed this up. You really should do. Dude. You really, hold on. I'm going to change the aspect of this.
Okay.
Fuck, marry, kill. Do it.
No, somebody already said that. You're stealing jokes. Get over it. Jesus Christ.
I didn't hear that.
Definitely Joe Henderson. Prince Lachey, and then I guess Intensity, Art Pepper. Yeah.
All right, Dave, do you have a top 3?
Well, hang on. I get to have a runner up, bro.
Okay.
Oh, I wasn't even including the. I was just only.
Yeah, I was just doing Contemporary. I thought you were just doing.
Okay, well, let's turn over.
No, the top 3.
Do whatever you do. You. I just like.
No, for Contemporary, then I get to pick more. For Contemporary, it's going to be Prince Lachey, Intensity, and then Smack Up. I love Art Pepper. You know.
All right, hold on.
No, I lied. Harold Land has to be in the top 3. Sorry. Hey, I can talk too, man.
Guys, you missed the assignment. Okay, Dave. Out of the records on the screen, what are your top 3?
Yeah. Well, since I never find any, well, I don't order online much, but those 2 Art Pepper ones and Sonny Rollins would be good. Exactly.
Yeah, those are good picks.
So I don't come across originals of those guys ever.
I bet.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I would pick the Gary Bartz. My top are and this is based on what I have. If I didn't have any of these, it would be totally different. But I would pick the Gary Bartz, the Joe Henderson, and then I'm just going to group all the Art Peppers. I don't know if I'll get all of them, but I kind of want to get all of them. Yeah. So, and then honorable mention is the Teddy Edwards, Howard McGee. I don't have that. So, yeah. All right. Cool. So we're missing Mike Notes and Tones. I did have some records I wanted to show, but I feel like I've been doing a lot of speaking. So I don't know, Chris or Mike, do you guys have records to show?
Hey, Mike or Chris, can I show some records real fast?
Yeah.
Yes, real fast.
I was trying not to interrupt you guys earlier. I was going to after Brandon was done, but you guys were talking.
Do it.
What do you got?
He's not even ready, man. Come on,
Yeah,
Dave.
I know. I found this at a thrift shop, David Ellington.
Okay. Okay.
That looks sweet.
I remember that record.
Oh,
My dad had it.
What'd you say?
My dad had that record. I remember it as when he got it.
I have two other of his albums. Do you guys know Nathaniel Mars?
Unfortunately,
he's on Discord.
Not personally.
I don't know why
he's not a musician. He's a person. He's just a dude.
He sent me a shitload of VLC, more than 10 albums, which is just, I don't know why he sent me so many, but.
Show us 3 of them.
Jazz Tone Mystery Band.
So you don't know who it is?
It's actually, hold on. It's a hair. What's his name? Harry Arnold.
Is Sonny Morgan on that?
It's this guy.
They're probably pseudonyms. There's a few records where they put out people who are contracted
Harry
on other labels.
Mike.
Yeah, like that Jazz Masquerade that has.
Can you show us the label? Hey, Dave, show us the label on that record, on that Jazz Tone. They had cool labels usually.
It's Jazz Tone. This is, I don't know if this is original, I guess. Oops.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay,
so Jazz Tone was a mail order service.
I read about that.
You would get a new record every month. Kind of like Model Me Please. That's sweet. Actually, I don't know about that one. That looks a little later. That could be cheesy. I don't know. How's it sound?
76. Herb Albert produced it.
That's a strike.
I think that's his most easy to find record.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I have a copy of that.
Yeah.
This Dave Brubeck.
That's cool.
Okay. Cool.
Mono version.
All right.
Yeah.
I take a while to listen to some of these, so I know.
Dave Brubeck had a lot of traveling cover photos.
Yeah. Too smooth. That's what I figured, Paul.
I heard Eddie Condon.
Okay.
Eddie Condon. Oh yeah, that's cool. That's really cool.
Are they doing? They're doing Dixieland. They're doing
some Dixieland. I like some I can take.
They're doing Vic Spiderback tunes. There. Hang on. Bring that back up. Bring that back up.
Sorry. What? Sorry.
Is that a 6i?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah,
nice.
Man.
Cool.
Yeah,
that's
cool.
original.
It's got some spindle marks on that sucker.
Yeah, I got so many of those that are worth like $3. I just don't sell them though because they're cool.
Nate sent me this Bill Evans album.
That's a good one.
Oh, that's cool.
First concert, volume 2.
Part 2.
Who's on that? Who's on that with him?
Joe, Bobby,
not too many people. Just as Mark Johnson bass and Joe LeBera drums.
Yeah.
Recorded in France, 49.
Yeah, trio. Bill Evans trio.
Yeah. Look at everything.
Bill. I have volume 1. I don't have volume 2.
Woody Herman. This music's from the 40s. It's the
first heard. So does it say when that was recorded? That's probably early.
Yeah,
I think it's at 46.
Yeah, okay.
He's 47. It says on the back.
That's interesting. I mean, those that VSP was like Verve special products.
It's a 66 version, I think.
Yeah, I've got a couple of those.
Trying the greatest. Since I don't have any of his 20th Century Fox best Raman Jabal from 1981. Cool, yeah.
Yeah.
What is that on? What label is that on?
20th Century Fox.
Oh, okay.
1981 album.
Rob, you need to get a shirt. You need to get a shirt like that and do a cover.
Listen, man, I have 5.
What, 5 shirts?
Yes.
I don't think you have any shirts. I think you just have that jacket, and that's all you own.
You got more? Okay.
The hurt, the pain, the suffering.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
This is a budget label, Design Records.
Yeah, I've got a couple of theirs.
I'd like to get some Mordo Gray. I don't have any of his stuff.
Now, there's some good papers that are available.
Chris, going back to the Ahmad Jamal, why don't you have a painting like that above your bed?
Well, I was hoping you would pose and you could be in the painting, and then I'd put it above my bed.
I want to see a picture like you and George Costanza on the couch. Like that.
Yeah, no thanks.
There's some Bob Scobie, another Dixieland band. For them.
That's a cool cover.
Yeah.
Golden Gate. What label's that on?
RCA Victor 56 or 57.
I've never seen that record. That's cool.
He's okay. I have another album by him.
That was a sweet painting of him, Jamal.
I'll go for it. George Shearing,
Oh yeah,
Nice.
San Francisco scene. He's a good pianist.
That's
He's
going to be a
amazing.
tone poet. No, I'm just kidding.
It could be. No,
It could
wait,
be.
stop. So I think we've confirmed that that one record is going to be a tone poet. What is it? I've gone blank.
There's the tangents, I think it's called.
Jazz tangent, the Jupiter record.
Yeah.
What's it called, Rob?
We can't confirm it, but it seemed like.
Hang on, Dave. We'll get back to you. Hang on. Just
What album?
Jazz Tangents.
Jazz Tangents, yeah. Or
It's
Tangents
the greenish.
Jazz,
It's the very like modern looking cover. It's hard.
I'll look it up.
I got it.
You got it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Yes.
So it's this, and I think it's a small group. So quartet, Jack
Yes.
Sheldon, Ralph Pina, Artie Anton.
Yep.
So
Rob, you always
this
tell me
one,
the record. You're silent.
this could be one.
Hold on, I'm dealing with the matter. What are you talking about?
So it's
I have that. It's an excellent album. Tangent.
Well, what I was saying is, I think we kind of confirmed. We have a clue that it might be a tone, but this is not the right image.
Well, what would be a tone poet?
Go find my posting of it, and we can see that Joe Harley commented about it.
Oh, is that what you wanted? Okay, sorry.
Yeah. I'm showing Super Mario Jazz. I like low key. I'm obsessed with that record. I want the record now because it's $400 and it's like a fucking.
I got 3 more to show.
Hang on, man.
All right.
Get back to you.
What
All right,
record?
hold on.
What
Hold on.
record?
Hold on, bro.
Where is it? Here it is.
Oh, we post a lot of shit. It's nice and blurry. Look at my photo. Look at my photography skills.
Yeah, you had a really shitty photograph, but even so, such a great album, way ahead of its time.
well, no, it's just
That's all we
shows
have.
you're just putting
No.
on the I'm Stone filter.
Yeah, that's true. I said could be an interesting choice, and look, he liked the comment. He's the only one that liked it.
Yeah, that's a clue, all right.
Clue, bro. It's gonna be it's gonna be a tempo. Fucking put it in the bank. Put it in the bank.
Joe
You know,
said
Here first.
Joe said
that goes along with Jennifer Aniston's in love with me because she smiled at me once.
I would be
I said
really.
it kind of cryptically. I said a certain reissue series.
I feel
not
like
tempo.
he's gonna do.
He
a
liked the
Jew-free-
comment.
And what's the other album?
It's definitely
the
going to be a
Blue
tone poet.
Surge. I think
Yeah,
Blue
that-
Surge is
Along
definitely going
with
to be.
Sonny
the-
Blue
Morgan.
Surge in that one, yeah.
I think. Those
I
are
think
probably-
Blue Surge is more destined to be a tone poet than that album is.
The thing with
they're
those
doing-
Capitol records, we did a whole show about it. They got like 6,000 views, which was stupid. It was weird.
I would love to hear
But-
Kevin Gray do Blue Surge.
Oh yeah. All right, Dave, what you got? You got 3 more
Great
records.
I got 3 more. Here's a rare. I don't know what we call it, the Berlin on tour.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
Doug's looks badass. Al Cohn, Connie Candela. Hang on.
The comp, it's like a kind of a concert thing.
Concert.
I need to listen to this real fast.
Put the people back up front.
Yeah,
Put
put
it
it
back
up.
up. There we go.
Al Cohn,
look,
Connie
Kenny
Candela,
Durham.
Kenny Durham, yeah. Kenny
That
Durham.
was his smoking phase. He was smoking
John
Durhams.
Simmons, Kenny Clark, Hank Jones. That looks badass.
Yeah, it does.
What label is it on?
Like a concert thing, not a quite.
I'd buy that for $5 all day long, dude. What's the label look like?
Oh, RC Victor,
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
Dog,
Nice.
Nipper.
Yep.
Deep Groove. That one looks pretty clean too, man.
Yep. They all look in very
Yeah.
good condition.
So I looked up why it's called His Master's Voice,
Yeah.
and why there's a dog there. It's something
Yeah.
to do with the
Snipper.
guy who recorded the first phonograph recordings or whatever.
Yeah.
It was like a
They
dog.
replayed it back, and his dog Nipper heard
Yeah.
his voice after he died. After the
Right.
guy died,
After it died,
and
yeah.
responded to it. So that's basically why. That's what. It
Wow,
is.
amazing.
Thanks. All right.
I read the
Whatever.
same thing.
I didn't know
read
that.
the-
Okay, there's people watching that don't know that, so now you know.
Amazing. Mike. He just comes out of nowhere. Wow, it's amazing.
Yeah,
Hey,
the voice.
I
voice
just
of
want
God.
everyone to know that you are mocking my dog Gecko joke, and so far, none
That
of
wasn't
these
a
guys.
joke. That was a
have
fact.
Hey, do you remember that dog in the Tokyo station that would wait for his master, the
Yes.
husky? And then the guy died, and the dog just kept staying there, so everyone let him.
Yeah. All right, what's next? What do you got, Dave? What do you got?
It's a
Must be young.
sunset, the budget label Liberty. So it's not.
Oh, yeah, I've got a Sunset record. Cool. Yeah.
Very nice.
Have you listened to that? Who else is on that? Does it say what the players are on there?
Not really.
Okay.
Fortunately, it's fake stereo, so I don't.
No, it's fine. I've got a Chet Baker on Sunset.
Here's some more Dixieland jazz.
Oh yeah, college jazz, Dixieland.
You know, Bill Bia Blue Note vinyl spinner.
Yeah.
Yep.
I told he's seen this. I posted this, and he'll have to tell you. He said his dad played with his band or something.
That makes sense.
Next time
I
he
think
gets
his dad
on,
was a sax player.
Oh, Trump. Clarinet, soprano saxophone. Pete Williams is on here.
Okay.
All right.
What else you got?
That's it. Just the.
What label is that thing on?
It's a Columbia 6i.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. That's all the albums Nathaniel sent me except for one.
Dude, the CD channel got deleted instantly.
You don't need a CD channel. We only need all the regular channels where you could show anything, and then the reel-to-reel channel.
We don't need the reel-to-reel channel. Burn
no one is posted a single tape.
That reel-to-reel channel is the hottest thing that happens to the Discord.
Yeah, like 3 people have reel-to-reel players.
All right.
Yeah, they're next to their laser disc.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
Real for life. Yeah.
All right.
I just want to show a couple of things really quick. I just got this. This is the
what was that?
Art Farmer. He did series of 3 albums for the Japanese label East Wind. They were also reissued on Inner City, and so the East Wind version sound better than the Inner City. So I replaced all of my Inner Cities. And so I finally got this one, and this is it's great.
Are those all direct master?
I love that cover.
I don't believe no. This is Cedar Walton,
okay,
Sam Jones, and Billy Higgins. And they were recorded. It was recorded in New York, even though it's a Japanese label. They came here, and the recording engineer is David Baker, who was a great recording engineer. I think like by the 70s, he was doing better stuff than Rudy was.
How does that one compare to like the Pentagon record?
Well, my Pentagon is, and I think yours is also, is direct to disc.
Well, I'm just talking about the music, though. I mean, those two.
I like this better, but the Pentagon is also excellent. You know, and it's the Pentagon's a different vibe too. You've got Ray Mantello. This is more. They're doing more standards and just beautiful playing.
So which one was that one?
This is Yesterday's Thoughts.
And did you get the Summer Nose as well?
I have that too. I have them all. I ended up. I had all of them on Inner City. And
is there a different cover for the Summer Nose on the Japanese pressing? Is it a different cover?
Is it the green? The green one is. Because I can pull it. Yeah, same cover. Same cover.
They didn't change the cover.
No, it's just the Japanese is sort of laminated, whereas the Inner City I don't think is laminated. I don't know.
No, it's pretty basic.
Yeah, but it's really freaking great. I love these series of albums that he did. They're some of the best, like later Art Farmer. These 3 and the 3 that he did for Contemporary in the 80s are like some of his best recordings easily.
Art Farmer?
Yeah.
I agree.
I love PhD. That's one of my favorite records. The PhD record he did. Oh my God,
that's really good. And what else? I know. I know in the chats they were talking about the Mingus from Birdland stuff box set.
Yeah,
that has been a freaking disaster for me. I ordered it from Amazon, so the first time it's supposed to be delivered. Then I'm checking the tracking, and it says your package was delivered in your mailbox. And I go, but it's a 4-album set. It doesn't fit in a mailbox.
They folded it up.
No. I come, and somehow, I think at Amazon, their warehouse, they do everything by code. They sent the freaking single CD of some classical musician.
Oh no!
So then I sit, fine. Returns are easy. I send it back. It was supposed to arrive today. Check the tracking. It says your order has arrived. It's been placed. It was delivered to your mailbox.
Jesus.
This is the Mingus that freaking burned.
Maybe it's in there, man. Let's open it and see what's
I'm not.
in there.
So I was like, forget it. I just went on the New Land site and just freaking ordered it from them. I can't do this again. I can't.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Meanwhile, I was sent 2 boxes of the Mingus album.
Rob's just got the neighbor stealing your packages and sending them to him for.
Oh gosh, yeah. And then Sunday, I'm going to see Brandon Lewis.
Oh, yeah.
So that's going to be, and I've seen him a number of times, but I've never seen him with the Red Lily Quintet. So that's going to be good.
There's some tunes from Jessup Wagon and shit. That'd be amazing.
Yeah.
Man.
So I'm looking forward to that. So that's my weekend. And I was going to go out because it's Winter Jazz Fest here. But then the weather is supposed to get bad.
Is it outdoors?
No, but I just didn't want to leave like at 11:30 and be caught in bad weather.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I was just like, and some of the people I've seen before. So I was like, you know what, I'll catch them the next time. So
I bought a ticket to go see Herbie in March, I think, finally.
Cool.
And then, are you interested in that 85th anniversary band that Blue Note's putting together?
I'm interested. I'm not like dying, I'm not like, it's a must see. It just it's going to depend on the venue. It's going to depend on the venue. Yeah.
Well, with the opportunity we have in Texas to see live jazz, they're going to be in San Antonio. I'm going to drive down there and see them. We don't get anything down here, so
They sold out in LA, but in Orange County, there's still tickets to see them.
Yeah.
All right. Can I show some stuff?
What? For the record.
Yeah, are you going to show some Dixieland? Because we already saw quite a bit of it.
No, I got some topics I want to cover.
You got some Dixieland. What are we just going to show Instagram or what? Scroll through Mazzy's Instagram.
So number one, I got VCLT from Roberto, but I used it for our jazz vinyl tag.
Coming out tomorrow.
That's coming out tomorrow. So Roberto, thank you so much. Not going to show them here because I show them there, and I don't want to ruin that for tomorrow. But he said so. Essentially, he signed up for Vinyl Me Please, which allowed him to get like 10 free records or something crazy like that. He bought all the ones he wanted, and the remaining slots he had, he let me pick a few. So I was able to get some of the VMPs that I did not get this year. So that was super nice of him. So thank you, Roberto, for that. So I'm not showing those right now, and I haven't listened to them yet, so I don't have too much insight. But I have listened to this, and Mike just showed it. But this is the James Brandon Lewis, and I gave this a spin yesterday for the first time. And it lives up to all the hype. I mean, it's fucking awesome. It's great. Great record. Awesome. So get it while you can. It comes with this insert here of a letter. They just do a great job. He just has a very unique composition style that I think is just wonderful. So really, really enjoyed this. So happy I got this.
And he has a new one coming out in February, but it's only going to be on CD. With his quartet, the molecular quartet, and they've only released stuff on CD. But if you need to, if you haven't heard them, stream them. It's a freaking fabulous quartet.
Next one, this is a big one for me. If this is a Rob the Wax recommendation, and it's a difficult, not a pricey record, but just a really hard record to get. And Rob, you said how amazing it sounded at a hi-fi show. I think you might have been with Michael, Poetry on Plastic, and I listened to it, and it's stupid how the bass drum is. The bass drum feels like you're like getting punched in the chest. I've never heard a bass drum recorded like this. Like it's too much. Like I don't even think it's good. You have been
punched in the chest.
I've been punched a few times. Trust me. I'm sure that comes as no surprise. So, without further ado, I finally got my hands on Me and You, Count Basie and his orchestra on Pablo. This record's just impossible to get. It came up on eBay for $35, which I think is kind of pricey, but it's my shot to get it, so I grabbed it. They sent it quickly. There's a little notch here. It's in perfect condition, and I was really interested to hear it because I heard so much good, and I have really great sounding Pablos. This is great sounding, and I don't know, like half of it is Basie with a small group, half of it's Basie in his orchestra, and Basie just has a cool style. Like the two things with Basie are that he swings insanely hard, probably the hardest out of anybody, and then two, he plays like no notes. You know, he plays like one finger. It's just insane. And it's so and the dynamics are so great because it'll just be soft, like going around, and then bam with all the the blaring horn. So just quintessential Basie stuff. And this is a good one to get. If you can get it, it's definitely worth it. And how they mic'd that bass drum and recorded it is stupid.
Well, I'll tell you that the way Michael told me is he went to a hi-fi show. They demoed that record. The next day, all the copies were gone off of Discogs.
Okay.
So I have found 2 copies in the last 4 months of it. I gave one to record collector Jim. It's a great record. It's one of the better sounding Pablos, but all the Pablos sound good. You know what? I just communicated with the ghost of Sonny Morgan, and he said to eat a turd, Mark Glassman.
Okay. This next one is a bit of a disappointment. So I'm going to just give you a preamble before I show the record. This is a record that I got, and I was really surprised how well it sounded. I spoke with Joe from Analog Archive. He had a different opinion on this than me, but I stand by my assessment.
Well, next time he comes on, you'll have to yell at him, and you can fight it out like you and Mike.
This is a 1964 reissue of Sonny Rollins' Work Time. They put it out in stereo, and then they put it out in mono. You want to get the mono because this was recorded in mono, and this is this record. So this is the original cover here, and this is really impossible to get. And it's 1964. It's RVG on this blue label. So when I got this, I kind of took a chance on it. It wasn't expensive, and it sounded fantastic. And I was like, this is a great way to get early prestige that sound incredible. So that has always been in my mind. And people on the Discord, somebody recently asked, does anybody have any recommendations for great sounding records? And I sent a picture of this because I thought it was so good sounding. So this came up. This is another 64 reissue of another really expensive record. This is
what's the disagreement though? I don't understand.
He just didn't think it sounded that good.
Oh, okay.
That's the stereo. You want to get the mono. The mono is the one.
Rob Sucker, you got stereo.
Get that off my stream right now. So this one is
Sonny Morgan's on this one.
I'm pretty sure these years are right, but it's mid 60s. So this is 64. Sonny Rollins, 3 Giants with Clifford Brown and Max Roach, and then this is basically the Max Roach Clifford Brown group. So it has, I should know these guys by now, George Morrow and Richie Powell. So I forget what the story is, but they were contracted, and something about they had to do one title for prestige. So this is it. So it's basically it's the group. It's the Max Roach, Clifford Brown with Sonny Rollins. And I've wanted this. The original is this one. Okay.
I don't have that.
Right. But the original is really, really pricey. It's crazy, unaffordable. So I saw 64 mono RVG stamped on the blue label, or not blue label. This is Fireworks label. Yeah. And, the music's great, but it just doesn't sound that good. So I had a question for people who have other pressings of this. Is the fidelity really good on this? Is it a pressing issue that I have, or is it just the record was just not that well recorded? So I just have a question for
Is
anyone.
there another title for that record, or is
Yeah,
that
it's 20 plus 4.
This one?
Oh,
I have like an OJC of that. I thought it sounded fine. I don't know.
So I was pretty disappointed. I thought this was going to be one of those ways to get like a great old pressing sound for cheap. And
did you stream it?
I
honestly
wouldn't recommend. And it's clean. I mean, this thing's like perfect. Like there's no marks on it.
What number is that? What number is that? What number prestige is that?
So the original is 7038. 7038 mono. And this is 7291. So this is the reissue. It gave it a different cover, but it's the same record. But I was just pretty disappointed with it, honestly. So
yeah,
if anybody watching this after the stream, if you have the original or other pressings of it, let me know what you think about this record here. And it's recording. Okay.
Yeah, I've just got this OJC version of it. See,
I might have.
If you could revisit that, I'd be curious to know what you think.
I'll put it on the floor and listen to it.
Cool. Thanks. Okay, next one came up for $35 on Discogs. And I put an offer in, I think for like 30, and it lasted a day, and then the next day he bought it. I mean, he accepted it. I'm surprised somebody else didn't buy it, but they didn't. This is a stereo copy on Atlantic of the Max Roach Trio with Hassan.
Yeah. Oh, is it an OG?
I've been listening to so much trio record, and this just is so different. This is such a different style trio than all the stuff I've been listening to. It was really just the perfect timing to listen to this. Super refreshing and different, and just it's great. So I know that I'm not breaking any new ground with that, but this is a stereo. I think this is like a third pressing or something. I forget the year, but it sounds fine. I'm really happy with it, and I really should build out my Atlantic catalog. I really only have like some Mingus and Coltrane, and I think I have like a Lenny whatever his name is, Lenny Tristano, and maybe like one or two others. But I know there's some other great stuff on Atlantic. So that is a catalog I do want to build out a little bit this year.
You need to get the Herbie Mann live at Montreux record. Like from
Herbie Mann live at Montreux, okay.
Yeah,
and then
like Montreux, and then some other, and like New York Jazz Festival or something. It's like two different places.
Joe Marino showed that Atlantic trombone led record. I forget who the artist was now, but he showed that earlier on, and that was on Atlantic. So like that stuff, I'd like to have a good Atlantic section. So that's something. I don't know why, but for whatever reason,
jazz series, right? It's a 1200 series. Is Atlantic's jazz series, and they put up several hundred records. Now, do you like that that one? The one you just showed?
Yes, I like that one a lot. It was just
I've listened to that record like 20 times probably. I love that record. So good.
Yeah, really strong composition. Really fantastic.
Nice.
And the next one I wanted to show with
look at Felipe's comment. Best record on Atlantic is Zep 2 RL.
That's fair.
I'm gonna be a certain somebody that we all know. Actually, you know what? That's really not the best press thing. Everybody thinks it is, but it's really not.
All right, so there's a new shop that opened up by me. It's called Retro Spin Shop, and shout out to Ron. He was cool. Chatted with him a bit, and he didn't have a big jazz section, and not everything was like organized. So I just started digging. I found this, and I want to show another record too, because I feel like I was having this in our little kind of private chat, so I'll mention it again. It might be some interesting discussion, but I'll just show the record first. This is a early Riverside. This is Randy Weston. Randy Weston, I largely have ignored. After getting this, I started diving into his catalog, and there's definitely other Randy Westons that I want. I just, for whatever reason, I just haven't explored him because that's I don't know anything. That's why. So anyway, so this is an early Riverside Randy Weston. This is my first original logo. This is actually, I think there's one that's gray, and this one's like light blue. So this is actually like a second like pressing. It's not the earliest, but it is a white label Riverside. This is usually what the OJCs use because it's the originals. And then after this, there's a blue label version of this. And it's a Randy Weston trio. The music is fantastic. He's great on this. The songs are like 3 to 4 minutes. Does all standards, and they're fun. They're really good. the thing I wanted to discuss with this is actually, let me just tell you who was on it with him. Wilbert Hogan and Sam Gill. And this was recorded in Hackensack in 1955. Mm-hmm. So I've heard throughout the years that Rudy Van Gelder didn't record piano well. And I never really understood that because I always just thought of the Blue Notes, like the reissue Blue Notes, and I listened to Bobby Timmons on Moanin', and his piano to me sounds fine. I mean, I haven't dissected it, but I never heard it and just thought it sounded bad. So I just took it for face value that like whatever it was, like I guess he didn't record piano that well. So recently I got this Prestige. This is Billy Taylor. This is also 1955.
You've already enraged Felipe with your comments.
1955 recording, piano trio at Hackensack. This music is really good. This record does not sound that good. This is a 55 Hackensack piano trio. Music's really good. Doesn't sound that good. So I think I understand why people say he didn't record piano well. Now, that's where I'm going to leave it. If people can explain that, if it's the microphone in the piano, if it's how it was hooked up to his gear, if it was the fact that it was a living room and they wanted to reduce bleed, so they put the mic in the piano. Like I've heard so many things. I don't really know what the cause is. I don't know if they got the tapes for these and they gave them to Kevin Gray, if he can make them sound like that's the other thing, like that Sonny Clark trio record that came out and the Herbie Nichols trio record that came out on Tone Poet. I listened to those. I never thought they sounded bad. That didn't even cross my mind. So I just don't know what's going on. And Felipe, you're welcome to join and talk about this. But anyway, I have these two clean copy first pressings of Riverside Hackensack 1955. These records are not well recorded from what I could hear on this.
That's also super early too. 55 super early.
Just talking about Randy Weston, could you highlight Joe's?
Yeah, I was gonna say Joe stole my thunder, but yeah,
I agree totally with that.
Yeah.
All of his later stuff, Heirs to Freedom, all the way basically to the end of his life, it's freaking just so.
He starts rocking it. He starts getting really good in the late 60s.
And just the whole, I mean, smaller ensembles, larger ensembles, his writing, it's just so good. I mean, even towards the end of his life, he started recording for I think it's the French division of Verve, and he did a series of 3 trio albums. I think it's trio albums.
I like these two
that are freaking excellent. He did one Duke Ellington, one dedicated to Monk, and the other his own compositions. And it's just fabulous recordings.
This is discography. I don't know if this is useful.
Okay, let's see.
This is the early stuff. Riverside. So he's on Riverside. Yeah, he starts on Riverside. He then moves to Jubilee, Dawn, Metro Jazz, United Artists, a few records, Roulette, Copex, Atlantic, Freedom. I don't know what that is. Freedom Records. Maybe that's part of the Arista. That's 65. And then Verve. So there's Monterey 66, Polydor, CTI. So he's recording everywhere.
Yeah. Tanja is good. Carnival Freedom is also good.
That's all two I have. Check this out. Let me show these two. So this is the Arista Freedom, the cheap versions, This is Carnival. And then the other one I have is Blues to Africa, which is really good. This is solo piano, right? I think on this one. Can't remember. Yeah, it's just him playing piano the whole time. And it's really good. So it just like it mixes the blues and all the sounds coming out of Africa. I think he spent some time in Africa. And so yeah, I got both of these for like $8.
Yeah. That's the other label I want to focus on this year is Arista Freedom. Just because they're so cheap.
See, starting in 80, the Healers with Black Saint with David Murray is also very good.
Oh, where's that? Where is that?
1987.
Cool. Is that CD or is that
it's LP too. It's available on LP.
Very cool.
Yeah, and then these are the 3 that he did for Verve, the French one, the Vision, Portraits. They're all
cool.
that's all CD. But he had a great run with the French division of Verve.
Didn't you get that one from me, Mike?
Which one?
The David Murray with him?
No, you had showed it to me, but I didn't get it from you. I didn't get it from you.
And then he very rarely recorded us side. So he's on Charles Mingus and Friends in Concert. That one has this cover. I see that from time to time.
I have that one. I have that.
Oh, this I think is a CD. This is cool. Look at this lineup: Randy Weston, Woody Shaw, Don Pullen, Jerry Allen, Roy Brooks.
Wow,
right?
That looks cool.
70-minute CD.
Look it up on Discogs.
Okay. Yeah, I've looked into this before when I was diving into Jerry Allen's discography.
Now, Randy Weston was was he a student of Monk or was he like a contemporary of Monk? I'm trying to remember.
Well, he started playing. Yeah, I would say it probably sort of both. You know, I mean,
influenced by Monk. You know.
Yeah.
Who has the CTI of the Randy Weston CTI?
I do.
I do not. I want to.
Was it Blue Moses? I have Blue Moses.
I thought he only did one.
He did.
It's called Blue Moses.
Yeah, it's right there. Actually, I do have that. Yeah, it's a cool cover.
It's good. His stuff on other labels is more interesting though.
That's fair.
Freddie Hubbard. Cool.
I'll listen to it.
The only person who's not on there is Don Kinko.
What about Sonny Morgan?
It's a very CTI lineup.
Sonny Morgan on there?
Is there another CTI? Is that what the question is?
No, isn't there a CTI just titled Sonny Morgan? Isn't that like?
Yeah, it's up your butt.
No.
Oh gosh.
Okay, so I have one more to show.
Up your butt mastering.
Hang on. Does it say anything about him and Monk?
And farty.
Does it say anything about him and Monk in the Wikipedia there?
Oh, possibly. Yeah, right here. Weston's piano style owed much to Duke Ellington and Thelonious Monk, whom he cited in 2018 video as among pianists he counted as influences as well as Basie, Nat King Cole, and Earl Hines.
There's a bunch
of good videos. He had a relationship with Monk. Maybe that's not.
There's a bunch of good videos with him and Billy Harper on YouTube.
Yeah.
Really good.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Weston's awesome.
I'm not seeing anything. All right, and then one more to show. I've showed you guys this already.
Hey, y'all.
But this was the ESP disc I picked up. Oh, that's you. This is Ornette Coleman Town Hall 1962. And this is, I read a little bit about the history. He was, I think Ornette, like there was like rumors he didn't know how to read music, that he like did not know how to like write and read. So he wanted to do something where he composed to show off, that's like to kind of like beat people over the head that he could do that. So he funded this town hall concert, I think in like December of 62, and it was really well attended and the reviews were excellent. And then ESP put this out, and then there was other songs that were recorded that were supposed to be put out by Blue Note, but Blue Note didn't put those out. So there are unreleased, I think they're unreleased still, songs from this set, but he has, it's pretty cool.
Who's playing bass on that?
So, there's Charles Moffat and then David Eisenson, right? And then there's a string ensemble on, I think it's just the third song on side A, and it doesn't say who those people are.
Well, because I've heard there's a bunch of recordings of him with Scott LaFaro that are unreleased.
And this is, I think, in Scott.
They're unreleased. Are you serious?
What?
There's recordings of Ornette with Scott LaFaro that are unreleased.
Yeah, let me pull up the details because this doesn't.
But I think there are recordings with them that are released too.
Yeah. Oh no.
Okay, give me a second here. Anyway, the music's interesting. There's one song on side B. It's epic. So this is a cool, I guess you call it free jazz, but cool record. Always nice. And this is the first pressing. There's later pressings with different covers. So this was nice to get. It's a first pressing mono, ESP. So always happy to add an ESP to the collection. And then
you don't seem happy.
Yeah,
So
it seems kind of mid.
All the reviews are good. So okay, here we go. So cello, viola, and violin.
Ooh, viola.
Yeah.
Cool.
And Charles Moffat drums and
Viola,
David
everyone take a drink.
on bass.
Viola.
So, lots of strings there. But this is only on track 3, and then the rest is a trio. But that's a pretty cool one.
Yeah, Mark's right. I'm looking at those portrait albums right now on Discogs.
He's buying the cheapest.
You're not paying attention to what I'm showing? Come on.
I can walk and chew gum at the same time.
All right.
Okay.
Glassman, I think you should send them to me for all the abuse you've hurled my way all night.
It's kind of the opposite. You've just been attacking him.
Well, can we go back to the to that whole Van Gelder piano thing? Does anybody have any opinions on that?
I've got records that he recorded. The piano sounds like shit. I mean, it is what it is. I still like the music, but I mean, he would take a cloth and wrap it around the microphone and stick it in a hole in the soundboard.
That sounds very graphic.
Yeah,
I think so. There were a lot of bad recordings in the 50s. I think he got better at recording piano, but if you take all the Red Garlands, all the Bud Powells, all the Horace Parlins, all the Herbie Hancocks, all the Andrew Hills, who else? Who's another piano leader? Sonny Clark's. If you take all those records, they sound fantastic. So the idea, he may have been bad at recording piano at the beginning, but to say he's bad at recording piano is ridiculous because he has too many records that sound amazing. So it's just one of those knee-jerk reactions that people do because he probably did do some bad recordings and some of the pianos are muted. But the idea that he's bad at recording piano, he may have been bad at recording piano at the beginning, but he has too many fantastic records to say that he's bad at piano.
No, he doesn't. You could say he was bad at recording piano in the beginning, and you have early records that don't sound good.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I just said. That's what I just said.
Yeah, listen to him, Chris.
That's exactly what I just said. He was bad at recording at the beginning, and eventually he got good.
No, that's true. Especially once hang on. Especially once he got out of Hackensack.
But it's still people are going to say,
well, of course,
it's one of those things that people like to say.
That's true. But you're right. That Sonny Clark trio record that just came out specifically sounds amazing.
The reason why I mentioned it is because I recently got both. I mean, I explained it, so I won't say it again. But I recently got those, and I was like,
labels
this is why people say
crappy. They're bad sounding labels.
I was just thinking, what's that?
Those labels that Weston was on are crappy sounding labels. They didn't sound great.
Riverside?
Yeah, but what about the Prestige Billy Taylor? I showed that was a 1955.
There's some
prestigious
that sound great. There's some, there's some prestigious that don't sound that great.
What I'm
saying is he gets way better into the late 50s and the 60s.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
It's it's undeniably better. And I think the recording qualities are just better. And
the question I have
once he got a really good setup in I think a lot of people's recordings in the mid 50s sounded bad.
But
or not that great.
Here's a question I have, and Brandon, you might be able to answer it. So I mentioned the Sonny Clark and the Herbie Nichols trio Tone Poets. Those came, I listened to them. That thought of the idea that they weren't recorded well didn't even cross my mind. They sound great, I think.
Right.
Do the OGs sound like that? I guess what I'm asking is
the OG. Mine's a little crackly, but I have a 10-inch Herbie Nichols that sounds great.
Those two examples I showed were pressings from 1955 and 1966 of 1955 sessions. So I'm just wondering, is it that they were recorded fine? It's just that, the whole pressing process.
I think he got better at his recording, which is what anybody who's cares about their craft does. They get better. That's sort of how you become really great at something. So when he started off, he probably wasn't the greatest, and he eventually became the greatest. The idea is that you're picking out things from 1955 when the majority of his great stuff is the late 50s through the 60s. So it's like, sure, of course, he got better.
I mean,
he got a better space. Yeah. But the idea that it's really tiring just hearing he's bad at recording pianos. He probably has quite a few recordings. I mean, it's not just pianos. I mean, there's there's recordings where the horns are too hot, you know.
Mhm.
It's that the piano is muted. And I think it was the technique of the piano being recorded how he was doing it. But he eventually got really good at recording piano.
Okay.
And if it's a piano-led group, the piano was definitely more part of the recording. And that's
I think that's true.
When it's a horn-led group, like a Hank Mobley, the horn becomes sort of the focus. He was really into horns too. The horns kind of feel forward in the recordings. But the concept that he sucks at piano is just kind of silly. I think.
Well, that's what I was thinking when I listened to those early Miles. Not even the earlier than his quintet Miles stuff. Like those horns, to me, they sound fantastic. So I don't even. I feel like they make the whole record sound good. Like because I guess the piano is really so much of the focus. But like when it's only the piano trio, I feel like it's just you can only focus on it, obviously. So it made it. Because I always just thought like that's just something people say, but then I was like, oh, well, maybe this is why people say it.
Well, there's always got to. I mean, it wouldn't have been started if there wasn't some truth to it. But the idea that it becomes like this, the overall theme is like, hey, that Rudy Van Gelder, he's amazing, but boy, does he suck at piano. And that's sort of what it kind of becomes.
Yeah.
And
like those CTI records.
Lame. That's just lame.
I've never thought that.
There's so many great recordings by Rudy Van Gelder. The idea of going like, well, yeah, I guess, but he sucked at piano. It's like when I hear people say, what do you always hear? It's like, oh, I love Blues in the Abstract Truth. Stolen Moments is amazing. But man, why did they put Hoedown as the second track? That's bullshit. People just say that shit.
That's very oddly specific. I don't know.
I know, but it's like the same kind of stuff. It's like something's like someone hears something and they just repeat it.
That's for sure. Yeah, absolutely. That's true.
Well, what I'm saying is that I'm not repeating it. I never believed that until I got these records, and now I'm saying it because that's my opinion on those.
Yeah, but
on those records, we didn't record the piano.
I'm not, but I realize, like, I was going to make a joke that the piano on those CTI recordings are terrible, but obviously the CTI are like stupidly recorded well to a point where they're like recorded too, like everything is too isolated and perfect.
But the recordings just kind of get better and better and better.
Yeah,
as he's going, he just gets better at his craft.
Yeah.
Now, is it true that the CDs he put out in the 90s are not good?
I think that's debatable. Like what he had a weird idea of what he
enter Mike Notes and Tones.
Yeah,
I just think that they're inconsistent. I would say. I wouldn't say there are some that are really good and there are others. I just think he became a little inconsistent in the 90s. That's my opinion of it. Because first he started the Japanese stuff that he did, and then they started at Blue Note the RVG series, which it was just inconsistent. But then when you look at the RVG like Riverside stuff and all that stuff, those sound actually really good. So it's sort of all over the place.
Yeah, I think
Roberto had a question earlier.
I think the vinyl in the 60s is just it sounds his 60s vinyl sounds great.
Yeah.
The original pressings, they sound great.
Yeah, I agree. Roberto had a question earlier. It was Ellington versus Basie. I don't know what the comparison is supposed to be, but
what do you mean if they were ever in a fight?
No, I mean, like are we picking one that's more important? I mean, I think that's an easy answer, but
arm wrestling.
I think I just take the Duke in every category. I don't know.
It's just to me, it just I mean, Ellington. There were two different types of bands.
Yeah.
I mean, Ellington's band. I think if you go to all around. I take them, but Basie you go to which period of Basie do you want? You want the Lester Young, Herschel Evans period. Everybody has that's my favorite period of Basie. Lester Young, Herschel Evans, Jimmy Rushing doing vocals.
Yeah,
I love that period.
Yeah. Oh yeah, me too.
But some people love atomic Basie. But Ellington, I mean, it's just a. I don't know.
Do you have that Jimmy Rushing record where it's a Columbia and he's on the cover and it's a painting of him? Have you ever seen that? It's a $5 record. It's so good, man.
Let's see, which one do I have? I have a number one. I believe I have the Columbia. I'm almost positive I do.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a really good one on Vanguard. That's a really good Basie. Rushing record. And then there's the last one he did. I think it's his last recording. I know because Ray Nance is playing violin on it. That's also really good. I mean, I
like that
Rushing.
The Kansas City 7 Basie record. I think it's called It's Basie in Kansas City 7 on Impulse. I think. It's a really good.
I think that one was re-released on Pablo too.
It probably was. Yeah. Yeah, the Basie jams on Pablo are great. I mean, I like those records. To me, though, Ellington is a different league just a different league, importance wise, and what he brought to jazz and all his composing and just all that,
Yeah, and the Basie band, especially that when before the Atomic Basie band, they're the band you wouldn't want to square off with, right. They had all these things at the Savoy, the Battle of the Bands.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to go up against the Basie band.
Were they from Kansas City?
Well, he started in Kansas City. I mean, Basie's from New Jersey.
Okay.
But he basically got his start in forming the band. I think it was remnants of other bands in Kansas City, and then he sort of got them together, and that's how the Basie band came together.
I'm trying to share my screen. I don't know what's going on. I don't know how to not see Mike's screen though. Hey Mike, stop sharing your screen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all good. I was just gonna look at some of those records from that time period, maybe. If I can get it to work.
Yeah, and I will say clearly Van Gelder changed throughout his entire career. And I do feel like some of the criticism of his later career.
We're talking about Count Basie now, man. We've moved on.
But I do feel like the thing is, I feel like the criticisms of the CD stuff, I feel like it's not that he got worse, it's just he kept pushing the technology, and I think he was trying to be innovative with new stuff.
Have you listened to the CDs?
But why would he abandon, he was so staunchly looking to the future to abandon the analog stuff. And I feel like even if he did a poor job with that, he obviously thought that was more important than other things.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying that I'm talking about the quality of the recording. I just think in the CD
go back
era,
to talking about Sonny Morgan, please?
He was very inconsistent. And you listen to the Rudy Van Gelder CDs, the quality of them are very inconsistent. That's all I'm saying. Some are really good, and others are just I don't want to say unbearable to listen to. They're really harsh to listen to.
You're surprised he would ever approve that?
I mean, people have bad days at the office. I don't know.
You got old.
I'm not.
All right. Well, that's fair. That's fair.
I don't.
Hey, if you listen, Mike, if you want to add stop Jazz Bum Mike from all this, just say he's freezing up on screen. It'll end all this.
Hey, by the way, I made some adjustments before the stream. Have I glitched out or froze or anything?
Well, I have a question for you, Mike.
Yeah.
Why did you bring this up? Why is this really important?
Because I just got those records.
Yeah. That's it.
I mean, it seems to me like there's kind of a time period where Van Gelder was really good at what he did. And then there's kind of the before and the after.
Can I do a magic trick for Mark Glassman? Watch this trick back, Glassman. It's really good.
Rudy Van Gelder is probably the most. It's probably the most said name on the Jazz Bums.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
he
obviously he does good
was
records.
like doing like 2 recordings a day sometimes. So
right for a period of time, he was probably he was doing the most. He was probably recording more than any other recording engineer. But then when you get to the 70s, there are a lot of other guys, but like David Baker, who is you listen to David Baker recordings compared to Rudy Van Gelder recordings from the 70s on. David Baker.
Well, I just think recordings in the 70s sound better than recordings in the
much
60s.
Better. Just much better. I'm talking about comparing him and Rudy Van Gelder in the same time period.
Oh, sure. But Rudy Van Gelder in the 60s, in the late 50s, and all through the 60s is kind of like he's the king of the hill at that point, right? Like he was doing the best stuff. But also the recording quality, the recordings in the 70s just those CTIs sound incredible. And that's like the whole beginning of like a whole new era of gear.
Yeah, for sure.
But like that art farmer I showed was recorded in 76. Those three and that whole series of albums were recorded in 76. David Baker.
What year was that record you sent me recorded? Do you know the art farmer Benny Golson?
That was in the 80s.
Yeah, that thing sounds great too.
Yeah, that's contemporary.
Yeah.
I think what I was going to say to Mike is it's like I kind of always put like these like a filter on each era of like what things are supposed to like. I don't have like an ideal of what perfect sound is, comparing like what a record made today compared to like a record that was made in 1955. Like I kind of take attributes of like the 50s recordings as kind of having like there's a different quality. They're not as high quality, but they kind of have a charm to them. Like all these recordings sort of have like a certain charm to how they're doing. I mean, I was just thinking about, this is a great record. It's a fantastic record, but the recording isn't fantastic.
Okay, so that's an early one too. That's probably 1950, probably same time.
I don't know if this is even Van Gelder, but this is
hold
like
on. Let me look it up.
I don't know who did this.
Kenny Drew Trio. Is there a title to it?
That's just it.
Okay,
it's
I
on
have
Riverside.
It
I think it's from like
that's Reeves Sound Studios. I have stuff from Reeves Sound Studios. Again,
what I'm saying is it's a great record, but it's
all different
mid 50s quality,
Yeah.
Like it sounds.
And I guess the thing is, like, I'm learning, like, as I'm getting these records, these are new experiences for me, even though they're from fucking the mid 50s. But like,
it sounds really good though in the mid 50s.
I feel like the filter you're putting on, Brandon, is the filter I'm like calibrating now. Like that is like, now I understand when I get a Hackensack 55 session, I have some reference points for that and what to expect to it, because what's being lost here, like we're talking about the sonic, the fidelity and the pressing and all this stuff, but what we're not focused on is those are great sessions. Randy Weston, was he in top form? I mean, I think he was in top form, but was he at his like peak of his power? No, he wasn't. He was still developing, but that's a great record.
One of the things I always like, there's one of the reasons that Blue Note are so crazy expensive now is they had rehearsal time.
Right.
They were pressed at Plastilite, which was the printing place. They had Reed Miles and Francis Wolff. They had like the whole package. The audio was great. And I'm talking about from like the late 50s through the early 70s. That was like when they were doing everything like perfectly, and that seems like when Rudy Van Gelder was on his game.
But there's some great prestige stuff from that time period.
Of course, I was talking about the Red Garland trio stuff sounds great too.
Yeah.
So it's not like, and that's late into the early 60s. So you know, it's not that, but there's also, I have a lot of Riverside stuff that doesn't sound very good at all. And it's like the best pressing. It's like the best pressing of it, right? And it still doesn't sound very good.
Yeah, I agree.
So there's just, not everybody had like the best post-production process as well.
Riverside,
so some of those Riversides, I wonder if the recordings actually, because you hear like, I mean, some of those OJCs of Riverside sound way better than the originals.
Yeah, agreed.
So, you know, it's not like the recordings were terrible. I think they just, the printing plant, you know, pressing the vinyl wasn't as good.
Some of those recordings. So we spoke with Nick Phillips, and he said that, I forget like the names, but he's basically said the folks that ran Riverside were totally inconsistent with the studio time, like the studios that they would use, the time that they would go. Like they would get a lot of midnight sessions there at like places that would record commercials for like radio or something. So it wasn't like, you know, like something that normally recorded like groups like that. So highly inconsistent. So if you hear like something, like I've never heard like an OG Bill Evans or whatever, but apparently they sound pretty good. But I have Riverside recordings that are OGs that sound not great, like really bad.
Me too.
Yeah.
But I still kind of go like, well, it's still a great record, and I enjoy it for what it is. And I don't really, I'm not gonna stress out or ruminate on the bad sound it is. I'm just gonna enjoy it for what it is, and that's kind of like what I like to do with records. And I love it when Kevin Gray does a reissue and I get to hear something differently and I like it a little bit better. But at the same time, I like the way a lot of the records sound just the way they sound, and even if they're not mixed perfectly or, you know, whatever.
Yeah, no, I agree with that too. But I guess it gets dicey when you get like mid 50s and earlier. I think it just gets dicey.
Especially, I'm not gonna, I mean, I think I'm more of a fan of, I'm a big Roy Dunan fan, probably more than Rudy Van Gelder. But like, I think he's better than Rudy Van Gelder personally. But I think I just think Rudy Van Gelder was great too. And I think, you know, when I think of like really good sound engineers from the late 50s and 60s, I mean, Rudy Van Gelder did so much of what jazz is that you can't really escape him. So it's pretty easy to kind of criticize his stuff because it's everywhere. I mean, he did so many recordings.
It's ubiquitous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's a question. Oh my God. What, Rob?
Use a big word. Why don't you?
I did. Who do you think's heard more like OG tapes than Kevin Gray in the world? Anyone?
Joe Harley and Kevin Gray?
Yeah. Like who's heard more original, just fucking
Bernie Grundman?
Maybe someone who works at the Library of Congress. Probably, yeah. What about someone who works at the Library of Congress, man?
No,
I was kind of thinking that it's good. Kevin Gray's more of like a classic rock guy. And maybe that's why he does the jazz so well, is he takes an approach that is just like from a very like technical sort of, like, instead of trying to like be a creative engineer, he's just like, well, let's just kind of put this stuff in. It's very clear when he does a master. So
Trent's, and I know that we're supposed to go to Basie, but I guess what the thing is, when I was saying like the Herbie Nichols and the Sonny Clark tone poets sound fantastic, is it that they were recorded well, but just they were pressed poorly? Because obviously there's great fancy reissues of both Waltz and Sunday that sound really great, but Trent's saying he has some OGs, they don't sound that great. So like, I guess like what I'm saying is if you were to take those two records I showed,
he's just saying that they're bad recordings to begin with. He didn't say he has OGs.
All right.
Yeah, well, I don't think the recordings are bad. I really like the Vanguard recordings.
I think
they are live recordings, though. I mean, that has something.
I think for a live recording, they sound really good. I liked all the, you know, the tinkling of the stuff, and
me too. I love that.
The dishes and I think it's fine.
But Brandon, you were even saying like the OJC sound better in some cases. So I guess what I'm saying is that means it was recorded. That means it was recorded well. It's just that those pressings just don't sound good.
Yeah,
that's what, and that's what I was saying.
That Billy Teller one, That Billy Taylor one was pressed at Plastilite, just like those early Blue Notes. So why doesn't that sound good?
I don't know.
They didn't pay their bills.
Was it Rudy? I don't know. I'm just asking. Mike's gonna.
I think.
No,
I
I'm just. I mean, it's it's not an exact science.
We still get crappy sounding records today.
Can we resurrect the body of In Search of, what was his name?
I don't know.
Robert
Leonard Nimoy? Oh no,
the other guy who was on NBC where they solve mysteries, unsolved mysteries.
Oh shit! What was that guy's name?
From
Oh,
he was
gosh,
an airplane.
the Untouchables guy.
Yeah, Robert.
Oh, Peter Graves. Peter Graves.
No. It's Robert something. I can't remember. Somebody will know.
Is the audio file of the group for sure.
Jazz bum Mike was perturbed.
Robert
and then he
Stack,
stumbled into a
Robert Stack.
Well, I think I'm interested in it, so that's why I keep bringing it up. Chris, did you want to go check out some Basie stuff?
Oh yeah. I forgot how. Hang on. So he didn't actually have that many. I mean, he had a bunch of records, but not like as many as I would have thought.
Well, go up to the top. See how many entities that the records are under.
This
Go
is
up.
the top.
How many?
Really?
That is not the top. Go all the way up to the top. Where his name
There's also
is.
a sub page for his discography, Chris.
No, but just go. This isn't Discogs, but it'll list every entity.
I don't use Discogs for like that, dude. Quit.
No, but it does list all the entities for his.
Click that. No, go back up, Chris. There's a sub page for his. You see up the top? Click that.
The Basie
Okay, sure.
orchestra.
That's the orchestra, though, not just him.
Yeah, that's some great stuff.
And then he obviously had 78s, which probably aren't going to be represented here.
Yeah. No, of course. So these are, I guess, collections from the 30s and 40s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like the Decca stuff is really, really freaking good. I'm just trying to think. I think it's a.
It was in Columbia forever. It looked like they had all the early stuff at least.
Yeah, there's a lot of good Columbia stuff.
Then you got Clef, a bunch of Clef, which makes sense.
Yep. Those Clefs sound good. Those are good records.
Yeah.
The one in. I mean, there's probably 5
This is a great record. I like this record. I think I have a different cover than this, but this is a really good record. I forget who put it out, who reissued it. I think Verve reissued it and it had a different cover.
Mm.
Sounds great. Yeah. What else? I mean, what records are good? You were talking about Basie, Mike. Like, what records of his do you like?
Well, I have the Decca stuff. I guess that's from the 30s.
Okay.
And that's that has Lester Young, Herschel Evans, Jimmy Rushing. It's the
Clayton.
That's the
Yeah.
To me, that's the greatest Basie band.
Yeah, that's cool.
I mean,
which band is it? Jimmy Rushing.
30s.
Yeah, from
okay.
the 30s.
Is that when he was in Kansas City? Is that whole Kansas City?
That's the band that comes out of Kansas City. Yes.
Okay.
Michelle,
what do you got there, Rob?
I'll give this to anyone who wants it because I have a better version of it.
Throw it in my pile.
Cool. I'll take it.
I already said it first.
But wait. Oh, I didn't hear. The first person I heard was Mike, but who said it first?
That's fine. Go for it.
You know what? You two have good piles. This is a Brandon pile.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this is really good. And he made it with this old lady afterwards.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. Oh, that's. Oh, God.
This is the one I was talking about. The cover I have, the record I like it. Him and Joe Williams really good.
1 second. Hold on.
You know,
sweet.
Basie was a formidable jazz person for me because he played with Sinatra, so he was like one of the first jazz guys I was really getting into. But I actually don't have much of him. I have 2 of his Pablos. I have Basie Jam and that one I showed tonight, and then I have his 3 records he did with Sinatra.
Well, actually,
this one's cool. I have this one.
He did a bunch of good
1 o'clock jump, baby.
Quintet.
sweet. Yep. Anyway,
Hey,
I know.
just
Basie
listen,
just sounds
Lars,
like
you
no
got really
one else.
cocky.
Like I mentioned earlier, like Basie swings hard as fuck. He doesn't play any notes on that piano. You want to talk about Miles not playing notes? Basie plays like 2 notes in a song, and then the horns come in. It's so signature. I mean, obviously he has a range, but like signature Basie to just be low and be humming along, and then have those horns just blasting.
Mike, there's a lot of the Pablos where he's in quartets and stuff, and the ones he did with Oscar Peterson where he's playing piano. He's not just going boop.
No, I'm joking, but that is a joke that like he would play like 1 note in a song.
Well, they did. I remember commercials like his famous little riff. Dun.
Yeah.
But I might have shown this before, and this is a CD box set, but it's on. You can get this on Amazon. I think it's for like $25, but it's 5 CDs. It's live performances. It's got like Thad Jones, Snooky Young, Joe Newman, Benny Powell, Al Gray, Frank West, Marshall Royal, Billy Mitchell, Frank Foster, Freddie Green, Sonny Payne.
God damn.
And it's all recorded at the Crescendo Club in the 58. And
is Freddie Green the trombone player? Does he play trombone? Is that
guitar?
Guitar.
Oh yeah, okay.
You're thinking of Benny Green.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Get your green straight.
Man, I was just reading some internet shit, but it was really, the article I was just looking at was really crediting Basie as the swing guy. Like bringing swing to the masses, you know what I mean? Like the 30s big band.
Does anybody swing harder than Basie?
Yeah. My grandmother loved Basie. That's what we would play.
It was a dance. They were a dance band. You got to remember, these were freaking hard swinging dance bands, and they used to have these battle of the bands where they would go up again. And it's funny, like if you like sort of go back and read all this stuff, you talk about Basie and the Ellington band, but the one band that a lot of these guys feared was Chick Webb's band.
I was fixing to say Chick Webb. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that was the guy that band would cut all those guys to shreds.
Yeah.
So, who was the singer in his band back then?
Ella.
Well, didn't he have Ella?
Yeah.
He adopted her.
I think it was Ella. Yeah.
Hey, Charles. Also, Basie was known to wear the same pair of socks for like 25 years.
That's true.
Him and I share that.
Okay, so Mike, are you ever going to show your timeless records?
Yeah,
I want to listen to. I want to. There, I don't know. I don't know like more than half of the players. I don't know these albums, so I wanted to. I didn't want to just show them and not show them. I want to do a little bit of a deep dive and then show them and actually have something interesting to say. But I've been buying timeless like nobody's business. I think I got 9 in the past 2 weeks.
So you're just buying the label, not even like just
yeah.
You're just buying timeless.
Buying the label. Well, I'm sampling.
He'll sample stuff and buy a bunch of stuff.
I'm sampling stuff, and then I have 4 more coming in from, I mentioned Serbia and Italy, and I'm going to complete a set. There is a timeless set of things, and I'm getting all the OGs of it. So anyway, there's some really cool stuff, and it's fun for me. So I just want to
those here, man. We need to do like a video on that, man.
Are we supposed to be boycotting Serbia?
So I think after I get my orders in, I'll probably have close to 25 timeless, I think. Yeah. And they're cheap. They're like some of them are a little expensive, like 25 euros or something, but most of them are like under 10 euros and they fucking sound awesome. So really,
so just give us an idea of just what has come in.
Okay, so I showed 3 last week. I showed the George Coleman. That's a New York session, and then I showed what else? I showed the graphs. Well, I could do a quick. They're downstairs because I'm ultrasonic them. I'm cleaning them because they just came in. Give me a minute.
Is this like the time you told us about your girlfriend in Canada?
Well, I'll do a quick flip real quick.
Hold on, I gotta grab something right quick.
I haven't even put my time list together.
I only have a couple.
La-da-dee, la-da-da. Where it's just me and you, Chris.
Yeah. It's just
Yeah, get rid of them.
Yeah, get rid of them all.
That shirt's pretty white. How do you get your white so white, Chris?
I don't know. My wife does them. Look at that. It's a Domi and JD.
You're supposed to say all temperature cheer.
Look, it's a Domi and JD Beck shirt from their tour. I'm coming for Christmas.
Oh, Felipe would be thrilled.
Yeah.
I'll show these quick. I'm not going to do like the normal deep dives.
Yeah.
I'm literally just going to show you them.
I'm going in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I got to go too. I got to feed the dogs.
I've been editing a video during this whole stream for the Ghosties tomorrow.
These I already showed. So this is the Dave Liebman on Timeless.
Yeah.
This is the one with Philly Joe Jones and Clifford Jordan with a couple European guys. And
sweet.
then I got the George Coleman After Dark.
Yeah, that's what I want.
These came in. These are they're clean. So this is Jiggs Hendrix Quartet, Dom Rocket. This is Jiggs Hendrix Quartet as well. This is Close to the Edge.
Who the hell's Jiggs Hendrix?
These are like avant-garde
songs.
This one is Fritz Landesbergen. This is Ryan DeGraff, the piano players on there. Harry Emery and Eric Innick, so Europeans.
Is that a polka record?
Yes.
No. This is
poker. I hardly knew her.
This is the Harry Verbeck and Ram Agerbeck Quartet featuring Harry Emery and James Martin, 7 Steps on Timeless. And then
I think you just made these records up in your basement.
This is Joanne Brackeen with Clint Houston duet.
I have a really messed up copy.
Is it 2 pianos, dueling pianos?
No, bass and piano. And then this one I'm really excited about. This is like the one I'm I'm excited to get this. This is Barlock. Like, if you're like an art major or into art, you probably know who this is. He's a sculptor, and they do every track on this is inspired by one of his like pieces, and it features who's on it? It's oh God, where's the freaking lineup?
Oh.
Lee Konitz is on this. Lee Konitz is on
this. Where is that recorded at?
So this is recorded
Pennsylvania.
I think most of these are in Holland.
And all right. So and who's the engineer? I just want to.
So recorded in Holland. Recording engineer is Max Balleman.
Yeah.
Producer, yeah.
He's and since you post some of your albums on Facebook, some people had called him the European Rudy Van Gelder.
Oh, and I don't want to do his piano.
And he's actually on, Facebook. So like if you post your album, and tag him. Yeah, he's like commented. Like I post that Warren Marsh. Remember that Warren Marsh I showed a couple of weeks ago on Crisscross?
Yep.
Star Eyes. When I posted that, he commented and said, that was my first session. That was my first session.
Oh, cool.
So what is he, like in his 70s now?
He's probably up there.
Yeah, he recorded this one.
Yeah.
What's his name?
We should interview him.
This was recorded in New York, so probably not this one.
Max Ballerman.
Max Ballerman?
He did a lot of Crisscross and Timeless.
Okay.
Cool.
He's also a sports commentator.
But he did.
He actually wrote a book, like I don't know, maybe I don't know.
You guys should totally interview him.
Yeah, contact him through Facebook.
Was he in the Jazz Lovers group?
I believe so.
Hey guys, I do have to go. I gotta feed the dogs. They're jonesing for dinner, and it's way late for them. So I gotta jump. But I'll talk with you all later. Okay.
Well, hang on. Let's shut the show down like normal human beings here. Come on.
Just
you don't want to see 25 more records from me?
No, I'm good. I'm going to go to bed. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll
good
see
show.
You next time. Yeah, good show.
Ghosties tomorrow.
Ghosties tomorrow.
Watching.
See ya.
Later.
Later.
Bye.